I am here. I might or might not have been playing with my son. And by that I mean I absolutely was. Oops. Patrick, for right now, yes, I am. I'm currently just trying to figure out why my Streamlabs is not working properly. Like, no bueno. Please hold. It's gonna look like it's a random cutout or whatnot of my stream. It's not. I actually have to restart Streamlabs. Jesus. Okay. Take two. If it plays me double, I swear to Jeebus. Okay. Everything looks like it's fixed. Kind of. We're getting there. I have no idea why everything decided to break. Yeah, I was playing with my son out in the living room, and now I'm doing this. You guys doing all right today? Been a good day, can't complain. Oh, that's good. Okay. And what is it? I have one more thing. I got things have happened like crazy today. Okay. I swear I'm starting up the stream in like just a minute. Ish. Is that convincing? Do I sound convincing when I say it's like we're really starting like now-ish, the ish of now. Delicious hold music. It is okay. I did not change everything that should be changed. I don't know if Nightbot's even gonna be cooperating. I can make sure my face cam's working. There I am. Oh, I haven't changed what shirts. We're not playing a new Parvisage. What is it? What is it talking about? No. I knew it would. I knew you'd screw me over. You of all of them. I knew you were the worst of them all. Thank you so much, Vamp. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I'm the bottom info bar. Just shut up. I don't think on this page it's gonna work. Thank you. All right. I really appreciate that. Oh, look at my chat not working. Okay, that I want to get into the game though. I want to also figure out if I can make it so that it's obvious that super chats will show up. So I want to see you guys' opinion. All right, we're gonna go over to everything and just start playing. Everyone give me novice. Thank you, Vamp. I really appreciate that. I'm also a bit tired. I was actually having fun. Well, I mean, earlier today I wasn't having fun. I was dealing with a lot of people, including never do student loans ever. If like don't. This is my. I'm about to tell people don't go to college. Jesus H. I owe $12,000 more on my student loans than when I graduated. How does that work? Student loans are predatory if they're privatized. Don't go to. Don't. Make sure everything's covered. Don't just go to college because anyone tells you to. Hey, Patrick, Majida, Mike Graham, Nash, Amarok, Angelica. Hey, Rick, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, you reminded me, super chats. I'm going to try to make super chats work. Nash, Amarok, Angelica, Pantheon, Shadow, Kale, Herman, Roses. Hey, Aaron, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Fire, and that's, hey, True Winner 1, what's going on? Because I gave Aaron, Brandon, Cookie the Rookie, Chaos, and Swedish Drummer membership. Thank you. Hey, Kinson. I don't know if I said hi to any new or returning shields. Herman, what's going on? Did I say hi, Aaron? Thank you so much, Rick. Just watched your Plus Guide for RE1 2 last month, and I've had so much fun grinding down and finally did it. I've become one of my favorite games, one of my new favorite series. You're very welcome. I'm glad I could help with that. We're gonna try something today. I'm going to try to not screw this up. Okay, but I'm gonna screw something up because I'm tired of the bar not showing the thing, but it should. The bar doesn't show super chats because it's broken. However, there is a separate super chat bar, and so I'm going to do what I can to make that super chat for super future. Super chats actually do help for the future. I'm going to try to format. I'm going to try to do all the things to it real quick. I'm going to try to make it work. Super chats are like not the paycheck I get that month or possibly sometimes the month after, but sometimes even the month after that. Super chats really help YouTube to think that I'm like something special because YouTube gets money out of it. And when YouTube gets money, then they think I'm a good thing because they're a business. But every single time, the main bar won't, it like that one super chat from Rick. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Showing like £9.99 would make that bar explode thinking that I'm rich. Like it just out of nowhere is just like, no, he's good. He's fine. And it just explodes. making it look like it's like, oh, what is it? $1 million. It's like, no, it's not. It's not $1 million. Please don't make it look like that. So I'm trying to really quickly, like, can I save the template here? Can I save what is below it? Hello. I'll name it hello. Add, save. Available template. Hello. Okay. So it should have the same stuff. Okay. Will it work? Will it show super chats? Will it? I'll put that as the random. Just, I don't know how to make it. And when I take the bar down, people go, I don't know how you're doing. And I go, I don't know how I'm doing either, but we're both confused. There we go. I'm going to, Rick's thing is gonna play twice. I'm repeating it right now. We're all watching it the same. Watch this, watch it. Also, did I see Roses give 5 more membership? Thank you. I haven't even started playing a game. That's Rick. Papa Rick. The 2 Ricks at the same time. Zadrag. Drag. Typhus! What's going on? Wait, which Typhus? Oh god. We've got Ty Space Fuss and then Typhus. Is that another? Kitty Holler. What's going on? Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna try this. Lonnie, you got it. Lolly? Lonnie, you got one of them? Awesome. Oh, Emerald did. I didn't scroll up far enough. Lonnie, you've got it too. Wow, we're almost at 400, which means that they treat me completely differently and I get other things. Oh, we need more ketchup. Could you bring me the orange clementine body armor, please? My son's with me. Yeah, and Yard Coldblood. I appreciate that. I'm going to see now. Okay, we're gonna use Yarg. We're gonna use Yarg. Does the super chat bar? Thank you, little boy. If anyone else just caught what happened, the super chat bar just took a $10 super chat. How's it hanging, brother? Well, I mean, I don't want to give away that kind of personal information. There are thirsty girls here. It didn't. Why? I don't know how. Okay. Why is it so broken? It is literally the bar made only for super chats. The goal was put as $500 just to see like what would happen with it. And it does a recurring thing where it'll just go to the next, like, oh, if it met $500 for super chats, it'll just go to the next one. It's at level 20,001 over $10. So if we were to do the math, the reason why super chats do not show up on that daggum bar is because it thinks I just made $1 million. Am I carrying the zero wrong? Is it 20,000? Wait, 200,000? No, that's 2 million. It thinks no, sorry, wrong numbers. It thinks I just made $10 million. It thinks I just made 10 million from $10. I do not know what is wrong. It does math good. Yeah, this is why I can't show. I'm so sorry for people who give super chats. I am so it thinks I just made $10 million. If I could do the 10 million, I could do 1 million. If I could do enough to pay off the loans that just haunt me. Yeah, how do I get this rich this quick? Have a broken app. I'm taking it right down. I'm disabling the thing. Why? But why? Why? Because it doesn't. It's choosing violence. That's not fair. It is straight up choosing violence, and everyone is here to see it. I am not insane. I have to disable it again. It straight up just said I made $10 million. Yeah, I'm rich, yo! I wish that were true. Thank you, Rick S. Yarg. I'm glad that was a test, though.
I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Broken apps.
I didn't think I'd ever say ever.
Yeah.
Can I mention ever again?
Break apps and you make money.
Watched your S Plus guide for RE2 last month and have had so much fun grinding it out and finally did it. It's now become one of my fave games and one of my new fave series. Thank you so much for that.
I'm glad I could help. I'm in the wrong shirt, aren't I?
I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets.
I have 5 in the fishnets.
5 in the fishnets.
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Okay.
I didn't think I'd ever say ever. Can I mention ever again?
So now I need to change one other thing.
Good to see you.
I'm gonna change one other thing, which is, you know that alert? Everyone that has ever done a super chat that got screwed out of getting the alert they wanted because it was like a penny off. I'm gonna fix it here live. I'm here for you. I've had so many people be like, I thought I did it, and then they didn't. So I'm gonna do that real fast because we're this. Oh, it's the Final Fantasy 16 opening music. I'm gonna stream tomorrow too. Son's got baseball in the morning. He's got other things that he's with his mom for, and then he comes right back to me. I'll be streaming like all day tomorrow and Sunday. Okay, all right. I don't know how to unbreak super chats, and apparently I'm the idiot. I think it said. So the minimum amount is $1.99 because it keeps wanting to do like $1.99. I have to change everything to 99. 999. Edit. This is $4.99 because it goes by the rule of the nines. And this is $19.99 because it goes by the rule of the nines. And then this one is $9.99 because I did get someone say they felt slighted. They wanted to hear the screaming animation, and then it came over as $99.99, which does make me feel awful. I've never meant to make people feel awful like that for no good reason or bad reason. There's no reason to just make people feel awful. Why do people do that? I don't know. Anyway, Super Chats won't show up on the bar. It's still broken. You got a gift of membership, Swedish drummer. Yes, you did.
I got one.
Let's do this.
Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Thank you. I wish I could make that bar work.
Can I mention ever again?
Hey, Big Mac.
No way. Got a gift of membership.
Yes, you did.
Hard.
I appreciate everyone gifting. I appreciate everyone's support. It says reality sucks because I don't even know how to describe that. I canceled my dentist appointment. The dentist appointment that I had for being able to treat everything for, you know, all the 4 different broken teeth I had from passing kidney stones and having the herniation. I don't have the money for it. It was supposed to be Monday, and I just canceled all of that because I don't have money for any more medical anything. Because the money I saved up for medical stuff was supposed to be for the $3,000 deductible, not for $3,000 on dentist bills, and still not finished. So I'm out of medical money. Let me change shirts, but I need to put it on the actual game screen because otherwise it'll show me changing shirts. Let me go over. Alyssa, thank you. It says say goodnight to Rowan. Rowan's here. Hold on. There it is. Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. Tearing up Resident Evil. Okay. That's... I cannot read that, and I'm so sorry. And Dom Scott, Darth, Carlos, The Outer Cave. Nishanth, you are in the background, and I see you, because you've got your shield back. Huggy Bear, Starwalker, Mr. N, Michael. That's a lot of Michaels. Welcome back to the family because Nishanth, it's been a while since you've had that shield. But thank you, Alyssa. Okay. Is it time for me to stop the background music? I think it's time for me to have to stop the background music. My throat's not all the way better either from the biopsy they did. I can't speak. Do you think they'll remake? Yeah. I can't speak as probably whatever as I would like to. If it tells you guys anything though about my mood, I can play my mood on guitar better than I can actually. This is. Hold on. I'm gonna mute this for a second. Hold on. Look at this. The game should work, right? Game volume should be completely on. So yeah. Game volume's on. Okay, watch this. You already been a member for this long already? Yeah, you've already been a member for that long. Yeah, Lonnie, everyone that's here ends up being pretty cool people, and I'm really appreciative of that. I have to change shirts, but first. You know when you just get in a certain mood and then you're just like, you know what? I'm not gonna do the mood anymore. So you say you're not gonna do the mood, but you have a guitar available, so you accidentally just start going. Yeah. And then I was like, I'm in a few different moods. As soon as that's what came out as like the first thing, that wasn't. Hey, Amrock, I appreciate that. With 52 months, you're one of the longest shields. Did I ever play Rev 2? Like Revelations 2? Yeah. Yeah. We got people flexing, we got people sending messages. Thank you guys for the long time support. Anyway, I don't mean to say anyway other than that. Thank you. And I just raid mode in that game is so much fun. I haven't tried any of that. So, and I was earlier. I hurt myself today. And then I was like, I'm done. I'm in a mood. I need to do something about it. So, all right, changing shirts. I forgot I have my streaming shirts now. Wait. They're really lightweight. Ow. And we're good to go. We're good to go now. Hey, Just a Gamer, what's going on? I should break out the tan one of these because I've only worn this one so far. Let's do this. Yeah, well, it gets hot in the office. Alright, we gotta change what's playing in the background, though. As much as I could listen to the opening crystal theme for Final Fantasy XIV for probably forever. Yeah. Gotta have the stream shirt. Well, I mean, they were very, very, very cheap. It looks like I'm wearing scrubs. If you can't see the rest of it. I'm very aware it looks like I'm just wearing scrubs. It's scrubs wish they could feel this lightweight. And now we all have seen that super chats think I'm still rich. So, you know, we're just gonna not do that. Hey, L. Hey, BJ, what's going on? I hope things are getting better for you over there. Yeah, it's a deep V. It's a deep V. Hey, hero. Just hanging there, homie. I can really medical issues. Keep it on, survive and thrive. I'm trying my best. It's just been mentally and physically taxing. Mentally, as of late, to be honest, more than physically. the mental taxation without sane representation. I thought there was laws against that. Thanks you, Kale, for supporting for so long. Welcome back to the family, Gabriel, to the inner circle. And I want to say thank you for being here as well. One of your talks, I think, almost almost today helped me through a very tragic loss last month. Almost to the day. I'm glad something I said helped. I truly am. I
got one. I got three.
I have no idea when what I say helps or.
5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets?
Gabriel, thank you.
Words I didn't think I'd ever.
I'm always
say
afraid to
ever.
say your first name and
Can
butcher
I
it.
mention ever again?
I'm trying to keep hanging on in there. So okay, here's the recap. You guys ready for the recap? Previously on Resident Evil Village. I can't do that deep voice right now because I'm still healing up from the biopsies. You'd think that when your stomach can recreate itself every 3 days that your throat might be able to heal up faster. No, it doesn't want to do that. I'm on Village of Shadows, but I started back over with we'll not call it a broken anything. This isn't a broken way to play the game. It just happens to optimize the idea that the Magnum can be shoved up anybody's anything and win. And I don't see why people would think that's anything bad, because I've played this game and I've beaten it very many times. Hey, can I cheat with the previously on? Hold on. Maybe I can. Do I have something like previously? I can cheat a little bit. Previously on Resident Evil Village. I can cheat a little bit, but that's Go XLR won't do anything of just warming up your voice and being deeper. Pantheon, missed the last few streams, but I can make it. Carry on. Yeah. My streaming streaming schedule should be up much sooner than later, so that there'll be a very long out posted like live stream that every single time that I haven't scheduled something else, it'll redirect you to that one, and it'll just be a splash page of basically just a static, schedule. That's all. And I'll even put a possible preview of like, so when people click preview, it'll be like, oh, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Not that great at the game, no attention to call, but hey, so finally I can keep supporting. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Does infinite ammo affect ranks? That is a question. So the things, what was I doing in this one playthrough? Because this is PS5 and not PC, I was gonna do a few things, and it wasn't mercenary stuff. I was finished the game again without crafting any items. I can't craft anything, so if I craft something, somebody yell at me. So I can't craft. I should write this down. How many times did we have to go over this last stream? Hold on. I need to put. Good God! I was not. I thought they were paused.
Darkness wins! Darkness wins! The giant cock in the... Oh, my cock reigns supreme! Daddy wins! Daddy wins!
Oh my
What
God.
does this soundbite and the new streaming shirt have in common? I like both of them a bit too much. Sorry, not sorry, Daddy dearest lol.
Everyone hashtag Alyssa. That soundbite. We're gonna make another vote. We're gonna vote that soundbite out of existence. I swear to God, one of these days. We can't. Thank you. You need context. It was on a family game night. I might have been very excited, and I might have been playing as a rooster. That's all the context that's needed. No spending. Yeah, we should vote on that sound bit. We should vote on that sound bit and macaroni and cheese. No recovery. That is 4. Like I can't do 4 recovery items, and I'm missing a file. Other than that, we're just going around and we're just doing the game, right? And if I see the goats aborting, because I've missed a few, I wrote it down this time. Heisenberg in under 4 minutes. I will try. It doesn't really matter what version you have him on. He's just as easy to kill. But let's see what happens. Anything but macaroni. Hey, Angelica, what's wrong with Matt?
Ethan Winters, welcome. I didn't think you'd make it past Daughter Moreau, but I suppose you survived worse back in America, hmm? I like you. I'd like to speak to you about Rose and Miranda. Oh, come on in. Don't worry. It's not a trap.
Well, thank you for being here, Amarok, and for supporting. I really appreciate that. Wait, you clipped that? You think you clipped that fire? Jeez. I need to, people need to remind me of things that are clippable for shorts. Feel free to send it to me so I remember to make a short out of it, because I don't mind making a short out of my own streams of random things that happen that would make people show up to streams. Because I need to start making shorts that are just like, you want to see more of this? Show up to live streams. That just needs to be at the advertisement before I drop the other stuff. Hey, Shadow. You know what? I think I was wrong about third person. I thought third person let you see more of this than you actually normally could. But technically, no. You can see way too much. Just right now. Ducking down instead of clicking the curtain. You just need to know to duck down. Huh. I was wrong about that when I played third person mode. Hey, Paige. For the mods or anyone else who is available, whenever I try to make a donation, the stream will freeze and I'm able to resume my payment. It depends on what you're on. Sometimes it is one of those things where it has to be done through an actual browser. If it's through iPhone, I have no idea. It was just implemented. I have no idea what's going on, Paige. Blankenship. I should specify Blankenship since there's another page. Why do you have the clip of the Dying Light stream? No.
Mia?
The Dying Light stream is a short I've already made. I just haven't posted it. But it's the JoJo's ending of ding 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 ding, like.
And then he gets to go and save Rose, right?
No one gets to hear the Dying Light scream, and that's.
You got the soul wrong.
That's not a freebie. No one gets the Dying Light scream as a freebie.
Shut your fucking hole!
That Dying Light scream is a big incentive. It's no free passes with that Dying Light scream. So even in the short that I made already, it's not. It's. Oh yeah, I don't need to listen to him talk about Miranda. His accent not being able to say Miranda. The Ninja Chicken. I do want to play more Dying Light. And I guess Dying Light 2. I do want to play. It's on the list of things. But I want to play more Dying Light. I'm gonna run now. By the way, my mic. Oh god! I forgot there are monsters in this version. Out of my way!
Damn it!
Well, I like the idea that they make it obvious that not everyone has the exact same accent, and that people took over for other families in this game. By the way, the voice ducking I'm doing, it makes it pretty obvious when I'm trying to speak. It makes everything else quieter, correct? It's doing its proper job, right? The volume ducking and basically the compression is still working. 10 more gifted memberships. Thank you, Gabriel. I appreciate that. Mike Noise, you got your shield back. Doc, El Pickle, Tiago, Rick O, Rymoon, Shay M, Delusionic. I want to say Justin. I'm afraid to butcher your name. Yasue? Yes, Yosue? Yosue? More there JM. As long as it's working well enough that when I speak, you guys hear the game really, really loud, but when I speak, you guys hear me just fine, then it's doing what it's meant to do. All right, let's go. I thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. Today I have promised myself that I'm not going to be a depressing person, especially since there's certain things that like probably that I've learned about in the past 24 to 48 hours that I just are not meant for kid ears, because they're not. So I'm gonna wait on being the person that might say more serious stuff until not today. And I'm just gonna play this right now, which means tomorrow I'm going to end up doing Shadows of Rose. And someone sent me a package and I haven't checked UPS. Stephen B, thank you for being here. Die. I'm gonna have so much money after this, I can just upgrade everything. No crafting, no spending, no recovery, no more than 4 recovery items. So technically I can use, okay, 4? Okay, I got that. We gotta do this though. Yeah, the audio ducking might sound like it's on very strong, but it's actually on one of the weakest settings. It's on one of the weakest settings built into OBS. So I'd actually have to manually go into my own type of compression to be able to set it by decibel level like I want to make whatever other audio source just duck by 3 straight up decibels, which if anyone doesn't know, adding and subtracting 3 decibels to the human ear is about doubling or having the sound that you can hear. Approximately, but that's how decibels work. So I don't know if anyone cared to know that. I don't know if there's like people other than like any more audiophiles want to out yourselves. So like I am borderline audiophile. Patrick Carrier absolutely is one. Anyone else want to out themselves as one so we don't have to feel alone with being the audiophiles that we are? Anyway, out yourselves. Help us. Yeah, I know I look like a nurse with that shirt. That's fine. I'd like to be in it. Yeah, I have a tan one though too. And it's comfortable. And it gets hot in the office. And I haven't streamed out, switched out which computer. So you know what?
Please come again.
I have small ears and earbuds never fit me. Even the small, like, little nubby ones that you can go and you can roll up into a ball. Not like the malleable ones. The malleable ones don't. I'm gonna make that, by the way, there's another way I can make the super chat bar work. I'm just scared to use it because I have to use CSS and code it to look good. Dun dun dun. Okay, whatever. You guys don't. I know it doesn't sound like it, but honestly, making any element look good just is like PTSD from me being my college jobs of being in IT. I hated IT with every fiber of my being. Because it all came down to feeling like tier 1 tech support. Oh no, I'm fine with the CSS. It's just I'm good. I'm actually good on that part. It's just the knowledge that it needs to be done. And it needs to look like it already is a part of everything else that's on the screen, which a lot of it's Photoshop, some of it's I was gonna go the HTML5 route and just write it all in instead. CSS, me and CSS were like this, because when I learned it was HTML plus CSS equals web design. Then learn your databases and learn a scripting language, which I don't know why someone told me to learn Ruby on Rails when I was younger. That's all they said. They were like, learn. If this tells you just how bad of advice I got when I was in college and why you should get better advice than I ever got. I was told not only to disregard HTML5 ever being a thing of basically incorporating the ideals of like CSS being, you know, how the page layout works, like to just go ahead and, you know, ditch the idea HTML5 would ever be able to take up. It can. You can actually use CSS to augment it, but it's not like it went to. I was also told choose a programming language. So choose. Someone was just like Ruby on Rails, and I was like, what is that? And they're like, just something you have to learn. I was like, okay. They're like, while you're at it, choose C++. For anyone who's been in tech, for somebody to looked me in the eye. This is almost as bad as someone telling me to devote part of my life to just learning Adobe Flash. Like, they looked me dead in the eye, and they looked at me like they cared about my well-being and who I was, and then they told me to go learn C++. JavaScript is where I went. I jumped ship. Yeah. And they're like, no, it's good because it basically, you can think of it that it upgrades to C#. So you're learning, like, you're getting a jump start on two very common programming. C++ is the most finicky, worst scripting language I've ever tried to learn in my life. JavaScript has so many good uses, especially when you're embedding in websites. And Python is just so user-friendly, and now with ChatGPT actually being like a genius with Python scripts can work really well as long as you're okay with also having every now and then, and by every now and then I mean every single time you go to compile and you're learning the language, you're going to have a compiling error. You're going to have compiled something that you shouldn't have, and the language, it doesn't know what you're talking. You just taught it. It can't keep up with your bull. So it has a problem of just like being able, but yeah, I was, for the longest time, I was like, Ruby on Rails. Like, this is when like Google was still called Backroad. Maybe it was called Google by this point. I had to go look up, I was like, what's Ruby on Rails? Why is it counted as all these? And so because I didn't know what Ruby was at all, I was like, okay, I'll do the smart thing. I don't even know what Ruby is. I'll just start learning C++. And then, you know, I'm the noob that has to ask all the questions where I start off my career in IT, where I'm just like, what's MySQL? I don't know how to pronounce it. Like, just looking up to people being like, my SQL database, how do you make it work? How do you do things? Hello, I'm French. Just wanted to thank you for Resident Evil 2. It doesn't speak English very well. I'm glad it could help you, even if it's French. I wish I spoke more French. I need to up my Japanese game and then move on to other languages. Even as I told my son, I should know a character language, and I've already started learning Japanese a long time ago. There's the grade levels. Rosetta Stone brought in the idea of, you know, graded levels, and I was level 2. Now I'm back down to a level 1. Though that level system was way before Rosetta Stone, way after Rosetta Stone. But of other 2 languages, I need to get on my Spanish game. And then, because I live in the US, the one that people don't think about as much, I need to get on my French game. I don't know why people don't think about that one.
Surprise me more.
Oh, there was another one. I forgot. Oh god. 50-day streak on your Duolingo? And what are you learning? What I explained to my son was that living in the US, that I should know all of the languages that at least, you know, you should make an attempt to know the languages that surround you. And Spanish is on one side, but most people forget that Canadians and French kind of, that's a thing. Might want to be well-rounded. I need him to stop being a jerk. You haven't got this far in my Resident Evil playthrough? I'm sorry. Please, dude. Please just... Game, let me have better aim. The Japanese course on Duolingo is not the best. I do know that. Because I've done it. But it's better than nothing. My son is doing it. And since it's free, it is absolutely better than nothing. I need to look into other things. I just want to tutor. I just want to, I used to tutor Japanese or Chinese kids in English. I want a tutor that tutors me like you know, I used to be paid to be that tutor, but I want a tutor where it's just somebody who speaks Japanese speaks to me all the time. And Spanish. But I'm scared of Spanish because I can get spoken to in Spanish all the time, anytime I want to. That's just called make certain people angry, and you'll find out how much Spanish can come out of one mouth and how fast you need to learn it as self-preservation to not die. Just there are ways to learn. There are really good ways to learn Spanish. And one of them is risking your life by doing dumb stuff. Though I do need to go learn the. I spent so many years learning Latin. I don't need to put it to bad use. I need to learn another romantic language, and Spanish does count. Because unlike the normal American, I know something called declensions. And in Spanish, you only have to know 4, while in Latin, you gotta know 6. So you know what? It should be a step easier. At least my logic says that. Pimsler gives you a Japanese buddy? What's up, little boy? Okay, so that was my son at the door. Sorry, not sorry. If my son needs my attention, then y'all need to take a back seat. Wait. Pimsler gives you a buddy? I don't know if Pimsler does. I meant there are apps that do. Oh. Some of my coworkers speak Spanish and Tagalog. Okay. At the risk of sounding... Oh, I needed to have made the thing. At the risk of sounding really dumb. Why is my brain not telling me what... Tagalog? Why is my brain not braining? I'm sorry. My brain has not been in its right mind for a while now. Philippines? Okay. I apologize. I'm sorry. Philippines? Yeah, everyone else immediately knew. Tagalog is your language, Stephen Ore? If I get that far, hey, there's a new, but I was about to say, if I get that far, and then I was immediately thinking, there are new studies out showing that, so you know how your Broca's, Wernicke's areas, okay, let me not start off a sentence as if you know something that obviously not everyone here went to college for their psychology degree. So let me start that sentence off differently. So you have two parts of your brain that are really dedicated to speech and or rather language in general, Broca's and Wernicke's areas. And one of the biggest problems with learning a new language is that you can't, after a certain age, grow a new Broca's or Wernicke's area. They're all the same area. And that's why people many times when learning a new language have to translate from their old language, because it's going basically through a process or part of your brain where it's like, oh, it's written, I have to think of my language and what it means in mine to get to that language, because basically your brain never separated it out. There's new evidence to suggest that is not a permanent setback. We always thought it was by somewhere between age 5 to 8. If you had not learned a new language, actually even as early as age 4, if you had not learned a new language, your brain cannot adapt and perfectly learn it. That you can learn it, but your brain, except for a few, like, you can come up with exceptions, that your brain just, since it's not growing a new area of the brain, or it's not separating the Broca's and Wernicke's areas of your brain, that you basically need to translate whatever new language you're learning every single time you think of the language in your own native language. It's the idea of what language do you think in? Well, if you truly learned another language, you should be able to have coherent thoughts to yourself in that new language, and that usually isn't possible. New evidence to suggest actually it might be possible. That it might be not only possible but easier than we think. So I am looking into those things because holy smokes, if I can find, I wouldn't call it like the cheat code to life, but if I can find a way to learn another language where I can actually think in that language as well as English. And then there's me over here that would be like, and then I want to learn, absolutely, I have like, okay, I want to be able to know several languages. So then there's the me that absolutely goes from that immediately to, what is it called when you accidentally speak English, Spanish, French, and Japanese all in the same sentence because someone got you upset? We got Spanglish. I can turn that to Jap-Spanglish. I don't know where to go after Jap-Spanglish. Just Spanglish. Just Spanglish? Just Spangler French. If someone can actually think in that many languages and just get so flustered, which one do you get when they get flustered? Yeah, most bilingual people don't learn English first because people who know English tend to, one, English-speaking countries are not even a fifth of the world's population, and second, those that live in English-speaking countries have the very bad tendency of the rest of the world should know my language. I shouldn't have to know theirs. That's because that's, you know. So. Oh God, I'm being shot at. Frapenglish. I do like that chrono strike. What's going on for Penglish? I'm smart. I have my moments. Stay here long enough and you'll see why, as smart as I could ever appear, maybe not. And that's what my son warned me about. I was supposed to be getting, my son warned me to expect a text. And I just got it. I'm glad it doesn't need a reply. Very common among Hispanics born in America. Is most common among anyone that's not American, born in American, believing that, you know, we speak American here. That is actually something, that is actually a big pet peeve when I was growing up. I actually had people I grew up with that profess that so in the more poor school I grew up in, I thought it was people just being jerks to each other. And then when I got to a better neighborhood, it actually got worse, and I realized it was bigotry. I didn't realize, I thought it was just another way for poor kids to pick on each other. Whereas, like, you know, when you grow up in a place where gangs are fighting, the idea of two groups picking on each other, you know, poking fun at, whatever you want to call it, that's actually more normal than you think. So the idea of trying to make a separation of, like, we're in America, stop speaking Spanish or whatever, when you literally are, you know, you have Crips, Bloods, Serenos all on streets right there. Like, it's scary. And I always just thought it was like a way to kind of differentiate yourself, as in almost like self-preservation. It was kind of the same way as, like, kids on those streets, many times they would, even if they weren't, even the very, very not racist kids would usually hang out with their own race for the idea of they thought their race would protect them. They were very wrong sometimes, but they thought their race would protect them. And then I got into richer neighborhoods thinking, oh, that'll go away. It got worse. And that started my disgust with upper class Americans, but it also started my idea of I really should not be one of them, and I need to learn more languages. And so I tried taking Spanish. Me taking a spoken language in a classroom setting that is for college credit is not the best idea I ever had. It is one of the classes that I did go to the dean and switch out for a different class that semester. Holy crap. The teacher did the correct thing for a lot of students, insisted that from day one that you stepped into the classroom, while you're in the class, you speak Spanish. So not a word of English is to be spoken. Even if you have to bumble around speaking English, the teacher would never speak English. I have to make the mold thing. Well, that's actually pretty common. I was actually with the Chinese tutoring program that I helped with. I was supposed to speak as little, like, I wasn't supposed to look up things in Chinese and everything to try to help them out. I was supposed to do my best to just help them in English. But, like, it was bad for me. It was horrible, and I had to drop it. It wasn't that I didn't want to know. It was just I couldn't. You got in trouble in the class I was in if you spoke any English purposefully. So the teacher was, like, very dead set on the idea of, like, exposure will help. But it was from the moment attendance was taken the first day while I was in school. The moment attendance was taken, there you go. We're doing it all in Spanish, and that did not work out for me. It is much easier in high school. I took Latin in high school. You know, a language you don't speak, but a lot of languages are based on. So I can understand a lot of written romantic languages. Like a lot of Spanish written down, I can understand. Not completely. But there was at one point in time when I still have it over here. There's one point in time in my life where once again my brother and I raced to learn everything that we could, because my brother and I both took Latin, and this is my Latin dictionary. We were racing to see who could learn the entire dictionary first. This is my one that I got from high school. It says 2011. It does not mean the year. It actually means the classroom that I was in and taking the classes in. I got this while I was in high school. It's a dead language, so there can never be. My Miss, I can't remember her name. Oh, I always forget a name when I want to say it. My Latin teacher's name. Basically, you can learn Latin in about 2 years, and since it's a dead language, you literally learn all of Latin. And my brother and I were racing to see who could basically memorize every Latin word first. I was an idiot for believing that I could do it, because my brother absolutely beat me into the ground for that. But because of that, there's a lot of romantic languages that, as long as it's written down, I'll at least have a grasp of like the general of what's being said, generally what's written. As soon as Spanish is spoken, it's like my brain goes, no, you're out of your depth here, dude. Like, don't. Mostly because
Such a disappointment.
how many times I have now been I just got scared of Spanish for the longest. I thought I should know it better. I think Spanish was one of those times where I was just truly disappointed in myself.
To be her children.
I was disappointed because I believed that I was better than that. And not like better than other people. I thought for myself, surely I'm better than this. Surely that, and you know, and don't call me Shirley, but like surely I'm better than not being able to just pick up a language that is so familiar to, you know English, you know Latin. Why not?
I'm not like my siblings.
Why not the whatever Heisenberg? You've got a whole thing going on. You're not like your siblings.
So I need power.
You need power to go against Miranda.
I need enough power to destroy her. Are the fruits of my power. The strong will destroy the weak. That's the way of the world. You should have never refused me, Ethan.
What a freak.
Anyway, now that Ethan has given such insightful commentary, like what a freak. Magnum goes through your body. I was going to do it as a streaming thing, that once a week I start streaming me doing lessons in a language, and we would choose which language, and we could all watch me suffer, and I could see if I could get sponsored by that whatever company could teach it. That just once a week I turn me learning another language into a let's all watch me suffer. Because if I can turn it into part of my job, I can get it done a lot faster. I'm glad I was able to help Daniel. Yeah, the robots are Heisenberg's doing. The soldat is the French word for and okay. French and Germans fought in some wars. Maybe I shouldn't accidentally say the French and German word for something. when I'm not sure on one of them. It's a word that's not English, and my brain said French. For the French word for a soldier whose rank is basically that of a equivalent of a private. For those who might be privy to U.S. or UK military. It also has some derogatory connotations in other languages, blah, 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 blah. But so does private, so whatever. Because, you know, why not use every opportunity to insult each other instead of picking each other up and making us feel better as human beings? How hard are those guys on normal? I mean, you know, they'll get a few holes in you. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Ethan's pretty robust. Thank you, Lonnie.
I usually am much smarter than the things that I say.
Usually am.
Smarter than the things that I say.
I'm usually much smarter.
I believe you can learn whatever language you like.
Well, I do. I want to thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I need to learn what I would like to first learn. What I should learn first is Spanish. What I'd like to get back on top of is that call me what you like, but I do enjoy both live action and anime, and it happens that when I make analogies to real life, I happen to quote anime more. There's a very good reason for that. I've had to suss it out through a lot of years of why do I quote anime for moralistic tales? Like, why do I quote anime? Because there's, for example, Fight Club. There is a lot of, there are a lot of things about not only like sexuality and consumerism and how to live your life, morality. Like, there's, you know, Chuck Palahniuk in even the book Choke. Like, there's a lot of things I could bring up. Why do I go to anime? And then why do I back it up usually with video games? Like, why would I not choose something like, okay, well, The Walking Dead has fallen out of favor ever since about season 8. It was on the decline. There are reasons for that. But why not use that? I've used it before, but I don't use it nearly as often. Why not use a lot of the movies? There are people watch superhero movies came back into style, but before that, there's like some of my favorite movies like Pan's Labyrinth, where, you know, it's brutalities of war are there as well as like shows. Why don't I? No, that's the thing. It's not because it's not when I bring up a lot of those things, it's not always my relation to it, and that's what I've learned. It's actually that I've learned that when you bring up real life characters, people want to distance themselves from. And this is a generalization, so take it with a grain of salt, because anyone who wants to generalize life too much is absolutely shorting you. Life can't be generalized. With that said, I think there's something to be said for the idea that when you want to make a point that has something to do with a core or common value, or something to do with a value that intrinsically you believe is in yourself or other human beings, whether it be good or bad, that when you watch live action, it's way too easy to take the person and instead basically switch the person and you, and then decide that the person who's, whether they're the actor or the part they're acting, that you will never be them because they're a live person. So for me to talk about what's a good, there's a good movie I used to reference all the time on my or let's say The Pursuit of Happiness. The idea of parenting and like the idea of the real struggle that especially male fathers go through, that single male fathers go through, and like The Pursuit of Happiness, or the idea that how tragic the mind can be, and the idea of just the core concept of eternal sunshine of the spotless mind. Or the idea of what you would do when thrown into very traumatic situations when you're living an urban normal life. That'd be movies like Collateral. That'd be, I mentioned that before. That'd be movies. I had another one off the tip of my tongue. Like, why wouldn't I mention that? I think people too often can just distance themselves while I quote other things and sound like I'm a dork. And in reality, it's enough fantasy that people will put their guard down enough. Because it doesn't matter if you animate the character black or white, or it doesn't matter if there's like a fantasy, but because the core value now comes from something that absolutely is removed from your own reality, defenses get lowered. And so it's easier for me to go off and say, you know, something that, you know, feels like it's important and make it a point out of it. It feels like it becomes 10 times easier than if basically I'm telling you, now pretend you're Brad Pitt. Like, that doesn't feel like it works. Like, try to forget that Will Smith, like, bitch slapped, like, Chris Rock and all that behind it. Like, you have to start separating real people from the people they're portraying. Like, am I gonna talk about Requiem for a Dream and, you know, talk about the sadness in that? Am I gonna start trying to make it so people separate, like, roles that Jared Leto have played, whether it's like that, not in Crash, is he in Crash? Or getting into actual Fight Club again? I think the reason that I want to do Japanese first is pretty specific. I watch a lot of things that actually can be done in Japanese, and sometimes I'm too lazy to wait for the dub to come out, and I'm not one of those people who's like dub or sub is superior. It is, hey, whichever language you're comfortable with, cool. If that's the language that you feel like if you want to go watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, I'm gonna tell you something real quick. Let me level with you. Go watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure in English and Japanese. It's just as batshit, whichever one you watch it in. Like, it just doesn't matter. Like, that, I think JoJo's is the perfect way to prove that there shouldn't just be a war of, like, sub versus dub. JoJo's is just as crazy no matter which language you listen to it in. It's just, do you want the English flavor of crazy or the Japanese flavor of crazy? Because the pop culture references they make between the dub and the sub are a little different, especially when they brought it to America and everything. It took them like 20 years to get it to America. Because of all the pop, like, referencing like people like Prince and Michael Jackson. Yeah, that doesn't pass the copyright standards. You can't just bring that over here. You can't just get that music and whatnot. He came to America without knowing a single word of English. Well, people that are very, I wouldn't say single-minded, strongly focused on something ahead of them, a goal, can absolutely make that happen. America is a place with the most opportunities and the most freedoms. Sadly, is also the place with the most unused freedoms and the most untapped potential. Because it is the place with the highest amount of ignorance, given that in other countries, if you have less freedoms, you get to know more of what you can't do really early on. And then intrinsically, that means you know more of what you can do more early on in your life. Where in America, you have more freedoms, and in a lot of European countries, which means you have the freedom to never actually go learn what you're allowed to do. And you only have to be told what you're not allowed to do once you're forced into a situation where you're not allowed to do it. So it happens to just be Americans, Western Europeans, just happen to be a whole bunch of people who have, yeah, you can show up to this country not knowing a lick of the language and actually make yourself into multi-millionaire. Yeah, those self-made stories, dime a dozen type deal. It's just, it is more likely to happen to someone who sees the country as the untapped potential it is and then do their best to go for every resource. I think pride is part of the thing as well. I think pride, because pride has gotten in my way before too. Like, it's not that me trying to be prideful. It's just that even growing up on poor streets, I'm willing to do some dirty work other people aren't willing to do to get whatever I need to get finished. I'll get it done. Where's this last item in this room? Is it up here somewhere that I'm being? It's in a freaking crate. So I mean, I'm not above it because I should know better. Growing up on poor streets, I need to take out every opportunity that ever passes my desk and never let one go. But if you are literally immigrating from another country, you're already on the back foot, not knowing the language. Now you've got ideas of what you can do. You're going to do everything you can, not only to try to learn the language, but to learn the laws, the rules, where you fit in, what you can do, what you can't do. You're going to, and then for people who, this is getting into a whole different thing. For people who don't know the regulations for becoming a citizen of the United States, there is a test you have to take. And to become a citizen of the United States, the test is actually rated as being harder than passing any high school history class you will ever take. In fact, the test usually takes years and years to pass for people to gain their citizenship, because there's a difference between becoming a citizen. There are different types of citizenships, but to become a natural citizen, the right term, because natural is inferring born. But can you cheat on the test? Nope. And I've actually gone and taken the test. And my brother and I both got a wake-up call when we were young. We found practice versions of the test. For anyone here that thinks I have a brain between my ears, my brother and I both failed. The practice version of that test that we went to our local library to go grab, my brother and I both failed the test. I believe we were around 8th or 9th grade. But the citizenship test that you take is hard. And so there's a lot for people that don't know, like the hoops you've got to jump through to actually be a set. Of course, people who are not from this country are going to end up having a one-up on anyone that is from this country, because people who are here take everything they've got for granted more than someone who shows up here, realizing that every decision they make matters. I think what it comes down to is the idea of we're allowed to be ignorant until ignorance costs us, or until the world accepts that ignorance is the norm. And it just so happens in the US and in a lot of European countries, ignorance is the norm. And so we accept it at face value that you're not obligated to know about the geopolitical system you're born into. You're not obligated to learn about your fellow human being. You're not obligated to any of those things. But for those who immigrate, there's no such thing as integrating into the place you immigrate to unless you learn those things that other people can just turn a blind eye to. Because I'm here born in America. I never had to take this. I just had to pass high school. High school, if you ever thought that you were taking AP history, AP anything, high school classes, guess what? You did not learn enough to pass the citizenship test, most likely. Isn't America one of the hardest countries to get citizenship? Sure is. It's one of the hardest. Most U.S. citizens cannot pass the citizenship test. The majority. In fact, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that and be completely. Is there a quick census survey of that one? Can I actually look that one up really quickly? Is there that test? What's the? Okay. So I don't take it for the first thing that comes up. A report by the, this is a years old report. This is one, not something I'd usually go by. A report from 2018, it looks like. What was their, how many people did they survey? Princeton, New Jersey. A survey released by the Institute for Citizens and Scholars, formerly the Woodrow Wilson National Fellowship Foundation. Only 13% of those surveyed knew when the U.S. Constitution was ratified, even on a multiple choice exam similar to the citizen exam, which most incorrectly thinking it occurred in 1776. More than half of respondents, 60%, didn't know which countries in the United States fought in World War II. Despite recent media spotlight on the U.S. Supreme Court, 57% of those surveyed did not know how many justices actually serve on the nation's highest court. All things you need to know for the citizenship test. I don't know where the numbers came from or how many people they surveyed, but only 36% of Americans can actually pass the U.S. citizenship test. And it was a random sampling of 1,000 American citizens, a margin of error of plus or minus 3%, by Lincoln Park Strategies. They did a full service analytical research on it, which means that they are going to not just use sponsored people, companies, whatever. So they have to use different everything's blah, blah, blah. 72% of respondents either incorrectly identified or were unsure of which states were part of the 13 original states. Oh, God. Only 24% could correctly identify one thing Benjamin Franklin was famous for, with 37% believing he invented the light bulb. Oh, God. Only 24% knew the correct answer to as to why the colonists fought the British. Oh, God. 12% incorrectly thought World War II. General Dwight Eisenhower led troops in the... Thought World War II... 12% incorrectly thought the general from World War II, General Dwight Eisenhower, led troops in the Civil War. 6% thought he was a Vietnam War general. And while most knew the cause of the Cold War, 2% said climate change. Oh my God. The census made sure to leave out anyone who wasn't just born in America. Oh, God. Ooh. Ooh. Despite the erroneous struggles to demonstrate a basic understanding of American history, most respondents said U.S. history was an appealing subject during their time in school, with 40% noting it was their favorite, and another 39% saying it was somewhere in the middle of favored courses of study. Surprisingly, the poll found stark gaps in knowledge depending on age. Those 65 years and older scored the best, with 74% answering at least 6 in 10 questions correctly. For those under the age of 45, only 19% passed the exam, with 81% scoring at 59% or lower. Oh, God. Oh, God. I shouldn't... Oh, God. People in February 15th, 2000, this is interesting to me. February 15th, 2019. I have other studies that are more recent because of COVID, but I assume that numbers are skewed because of COVID because people had more chances to be on the internet and not at work. Citizens and Scholars released a new survey of 41,000 Americans. The results showed that the highest performing states, only 53% of the people were able to earn a passing grade for U.S. history. People in every other state failed. The lowest performing state, only 27% of people were able to pass. Among all 50 states and the District of Columbia, by the way, most people don't realize the District of Columbia is not one of the part of one of the 50 states. people from Vermont were the sole group able to pass the multiple choice test. Even more disturbing, only 27% of those under age 45 nationally were able to demonstrate a basic understanding of American history. Nationally, only 4 in 10 Americans passed the exam. The new updated survey of 41,000 Americans showed that only 15% of adults could correctly note the year the U.S. Constitution was written. Only 25% knew how many amendments there are to the U.S. Constitution. God. Further, 25% did not know that freedom of speech was guaranteed under the First Amendment. And 57% did not know that Woodrow Wilson was the commander-in-chief during World War I. Yeah, it is that bad. I went down a little bit of a rabbit hole. It's that bad. I live in Georgia. How bad is Georgia? How far down the list? At least, you know what? When I have to go look at this list, the first thing I went to look for is, am I better than Alabama? Yes, I am living in a state that's better than Alabama. Okay, A, B, C, D, F. Okay, in Georgia, 3% scored an A, 8% B, 11% C, 12% D, 67% F. That beats out Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Kentucky, and Louisiana. Thank God that I can at least crap on Alabama, because they crapped on me and shot out my back window when I was younger. So I have reasons to not want to travel near Birmingham and stuff like that. Yeah, if you have a white mom and a black dad in the front seat and you're really young, there's a chance that in certain places in the nation that are extremely racist, you might have your back window shot out as a kid. It's so fun. Yes, I've said that many times over. A naturalized citizen knows more about the country than normal citizens. They have to. The whole point I was trying to make on that whole thing was just a simple point of, when you're gifted when you have the gift of ignorance, sometimes you don't know you have it. And so when ignorance becomes the norm and you're not forced to break it, that's what happens. It's just what happens. While on the other hand, those that someone saying, yeah, my boss came in, he didn't speak a lick of English, now he's owns all this stuff. Yeah, that's normal. That's more normal than you think. Because when you can't take it for granted because you weren't born into it, and you're forced to know it so you can have the same rights as those born into it, you know it better. On the other hand, reading the part about people said Benjamin Franklin invented the light bulb. Thomas Edison didn't even invent the light bulb. He just got the patent of it first and tinkered around with it enough to make it his, basically. Like, and what would, oh God, people not knowing what the Civil War was fought over, or the Revolutionary War, those bother me. Because Civil War and Revolutionary War, those were actually,
got a long way to go.
Oh God. You know what though? Edison was a thief. Einstein stole some of the things. The I Have a Dream speech was partially plagiarized. And Romeo and Juliet, Shakespeare didn't write. That's Isard and whatever is sold, whatever. The play was actually plagiarized. A lot of things are plagiarized, and a lot of ideas didn't start off with whatever. Whew, boy, didn't realize it was that bad. I mean, I knew it was that bad, but I didn't realize, like, some of those questions. God. Like, cool little history lesson.
Miranda thinks we're nothing but children.
Whatever, I don't want to listen to your speech.
No.
I mean, when I have a fascination with stuff like that because, And a lot of those things, I feel like it still applies to today type deal.
I don't give a shit
And so
about your family.
I really do like it. Well, yeah, of course Columbus didn't discover America. I think those would be ones that I hope Americans would get. There were Native Americans. If someone can say the word Native American and then think Christopher Columbus discovered America when it was already discovered by the people who are like, hey, we've been living here a few thousand years. It's, oh boy, that just hurts my soul, because some of those things are really important to how we got, like, okay, if you don't want, I'm not discussing the political anything of this. Please do not actually add in the comments your political feelings on this, because I'm strictly saying that these are not the express opinions of YouTube, nor are they the express opinions of mine in general, for what I believe should and shouldn't be the rights or anything of anything. But I just had to talk to somebody not too long ago, as in, like, it was a day or two ago. I got a message from a friend that they were going through a problem, and part of their problem had to do with, and please don't think this is, I don't want a political discourse about this one. Part of the problem was talking to their significant other about women's bodily autonomy and rights because of Roe v. Wade being struck down. That's my son again. Whenever my mic goes dead and I'm looking that way, I'm talking to my son. The first thing I had to explain to them was there was no way that, thank you, little boy, that Roe v. Wade would last, because anyone who's actually studied for 2 seconds knows that Roe v. Wade is a farce. It's one of the worst cases ever to be brought before any case for any judge for any reason. And to build a monument of how people's bodies and their rights to their body on a case like that, how could it not one day fail? And for those, and it's one of those things of me, I couldn't help but like tell them, like, hey, like, I wanted to help them, and the first thing I had to tell them is, you do know you need to go look up, like, the case and why it could be so easily struck down, right? Because you do know that, like, while I do not agree with what the fallout of it, and again, this is where this is where it's like not me being political of, like, I'm not saying my opinions on whether it was good or bad. That's not the problem. It was bound to get struck down, and she was like talking about it. She was asking me how to talk to somebody else about it. And I quickly realized she didn't realize that the case was a farce. The whole case was staged. The whole thing was about one person covering up their tracks on something that they did. So they had a stand-in for that woman, and then 2 legal people trying to put that woman on a pedestal to cover the first woman. And none of it was about bodily autonomy. And that the man to go against it was basically, they were puppets on a stage, basically, for an argument that basically came down to, it had nothing to do with that. It had 0 things to do with it. Yeah, smallpox. Yeah, we gave out dirty blankets, smallpox, yeah. And so, like, I realize, like, even more recently, like, things that we have public discourse about and everything, and we talk about rights of human beings and rights of man. Rights of man. Thomas Paine's bigger, larger work, not just Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Rights of Man. You need to go look up that, and John Locke and all those things. It was one of those, like, I realized, yeah, we don't know what we're talking about because we're not forced to. So this guy's going to really screw me over, isn't he? I'm just gonna run past him like that's a normal thing. So anyway, I didn't know how to bring that up gently other than to say like ignorance runs deep. And that all came off of me saying pretty much one simple thing. Why do I bring up anime so often? Because guess what? I can bring up a lot of other topics that are really, really sensitive because they were in an anime a lot easier than I can a live action film. And I can relate to the core morals and principles and values that in a lot of anime of like taking them forward to another step a lot easier than I can live action movies. And so I want to learn Japanese because I do like pointing to the medium. I like anime as a medium because it can tell a story that would be hard for live actors to act out, much less for the circumstances to exist and not make your suspense of disbelief go away immediately because it looks like cheesy CGI, under budget, under everything. Like, your suspense of disbelief is already gone in part the second you're like, it's a cartoon. It's a very well drawn cartoon with a different title than cartoon. There are vast differences between that cartoons and anime. Yes, I know, but still. See, the thing is, history is not always written by the winner. That is a very famous saying. Many times it is, but it's not. It's just, it just so happens, once again, America happens to be one of the countries where you can read how history is really not written by the winners. Like, hey, Woodrow Wilson being present during World War I, why would that be important? Why would that be important on a world scale to know the president during World War I? Here's a little tidbit. We were almost kicked out of the negotiation room of World War I, and we basically didn't get a say in what happened, which did affect our involvement in World War II. The Treaty of Versailles, we were told we didn't do enough, and the French bogarted a lot of what we could say. A lot of restrictions were placed on our opinion at the table. Our representation was cut down. Sanctions were placed on Germany, even though it just so happened that those that were of partially U.S. opinion thought the sanctions were too high to blame everything on Germany. And it led to the idea that we definitely distanced ourselves from World War II. Just so also happens that if we had entered World War II when it started, the Axis powers would have won. So if you actually pay attention to your history classes, you find out very quickly that if we had actually entered World War II on time, quote unquote, our troops were undertrained. And because the war was happening, we started training troops as a standing military better than we ever had in U.S. history. By the time 1941 rolls around, we actually have troops that are extremely well trained. But if we had joined even in 49, the losses other countries suffered were upwards of 1 to 2.5 million per country involved, while the U.S. involvement was closer to like 330,000 or something like that. We didn't suffer losses nearly as much as other countries. And most of that was because our late involvement. And the other part was we finally had well-trained troops that after, they were trained, they weren't just shot down immediately and didn't have a chance. We actually did tip the scale. And if we had just sent bodies over as fresh bodies, they would have just been shot down. And it came from us not wanting to get involved in something that our involvement in the first one resulted in us being kicked out of negotiation rooms. Like, history is and then it's sad to know, like, okay, so what president was involved with that? Or like people not being able to name off FDR's New Deal, or people not knowing, like, hey, people say Reaganomics all the time. What is Reaganomics? America makes me sad. I am sad. I like living in the country. Don't get me wrong. I visit enough other countries to know that my skin color doesn't necessarily get the best treatment. It doesn't get the best treatment here, but it sure doesn't get the best treatment in other places either. And I have more opportunities to change that here than like most other countries, except for maybe a handful. There's like a few countries that maybe I could turn the tide better in my favor. just being born into my skin color. So, you know, I can't sit here and just be like, well, America sucks. But Americans, on the other hand, sure do like trying to make themselves out to be like we suck and we do suck type deal. And I'm no better when it comes to some things, so. I don't know where that whole side note came from. Hey, Meldrick. What's going on? Just a side note about education, and I don't know what. But anyway, that's why I would choose anime many times. The stories that are told in the anime, the stories that the moralistic tales, the things that you can take away from it, very much transcend the idea of, since your suspension of disbelief is already there because it's a drawn medium, the idea that you would suspend your disbelief a little bit more so that you don't have to connect to the gender or the skin color or their political affiliation or anything like that, or the idea that, oh God, it's, you know, it's Brad Pitt, like Fight Club, it's Edward Norton, or like, you know, Kevin Spacey. You don't have to watch it and be like, oh, like now the actor themselves warps the way that I can watch the medium, and so then I can talk about, hey, let's talk about Princess Mononoke and you know, the idea of protagonist versus antagonist, but then tell me who the antagonist, the hero, and the villain are in the story. No, you're just gonna be telling me who the protagonist is. The other three are, that's not how that story works. And I love it because it fits real life, even though it's got talking wolves and pigs in it, and there's the spirit of the forest in it. Like, there's more moralistic tales to be told in that people won't, you know, denounce immediately. So I like that. How do I feel when they change character gender or race in cartoons? Sometimes it bothers me, sometimes it doesn't. You really gotta be specific. The only time anyone's ever been specific with me about does it bother me about changing gender or anything about a character is Hanji Zoe from Attack on Titan. Because in the manga, she has no gender. In fact, they are never given a pronoun. They are never given a commanding anything. They are purposefully supposed to be not male or female. Hey, Gabriel, what's going on? Welcome back. Did you? Sorry if this was discussed before. What happened to the God of War gameplay on YouTube? If you're allowed to say. I can't, because I think I know what you're referring to, but we're getting back to God of War once again with this setup of me recording 4K stuff over there. The one I have discussed is that I didn't like that on Attack on Titan they needed to, in the anime adaptation, choose a gender for Hanji, but I get it. I understand, because for those who are supremely ignorant of the world around them, you might not know that in other countries there is no such thing as calling somebody they or them. In fact, in some languages, there's no such thing as calling an object they or them. Every object in this world has a pronoun of he or she. There is no they, them type deal. It just so happens that two languages that really fall victim to that very hard are two languages Attack on Titan was translated into pretty early on. And I believe it was German and Spanish for that. And because of it being translated, they had to come to a conclusion on what pronoun, because you could not get around, especially in German and to some of the same degree in Spanish, you could not get around a lot of the dialogue that happens in Attack on Titan without the pronoun. So they, you know, they go to, what is that, Isayama as the writer? Is Isayama the writer for Attack on Titan? They had to pick one. So it's like one of those things, like, I get it.
And for the whole village.
Hey, Leon Plays, I'm glad they helped. I thought I've seen your name around before.
I'll stop it. I'll use Rose to kill Miranda. Poor Papa.
Yeah, go to a third world country, say you identify as a unicorn. Yeah, it doesn't. it gets,
Take Rose?
it's not,
I'd like to see you try.
some things that happen in other countries just are not good. Try not to be as political. I'm just trying to answer that question very thoroughly of like, I get it. How do I feel about like changing genders and what? Disney cartoons. Someone brought up Disney. Why? Okay, why? Why should I have a vested interest in, like, there's no winning anymore because the internet has too much of a critical voice without a critically thinking voice. There is very much a difference between being a critical thinker and being critical about the world around you. And most people who are critical are not critical thinkers at all, in the slightest. To give a good example, I was warned about playing, what game is it? What game is it that we've played? Oh, Final Fantasy 16. I was warned about playing Final Fantasy 16 on my streams because I might need to, because of the internet, make a statement about how, you know, basically the game is whitewashed. That's where are the other, you know, skin colors in Final Fantasy 16 and everything. Really? Really? In every single video game, when we literally have opening cutscenes of it is the nations that are in Final Fantasy 16, the ones that you're involved with, you very quickly see in the opening cutscene there is another nationality and they are being slaughtered, and that is what makes them bring out Titan in the first place. That there is another nationality that is presented within the beginning of the game, but it just happens that they're not the protagonists. They're not Sid. They're not the people that you're surrounded with. They're not your childhood friend. They're not your kingdom. They're not everything else. Yes, a lot of the people who are taking front and center so far in the game are white, and a lot of their accents would lead you to believe that they are European, American, somewhere along those lines. But it's like, fine, Lonnie, thank you for being here. But it's like, on the other hand, yeah, you asked me the question about like, what do I think about Disney changing ethnicities? Oh, are you talking about the very, very bigoted, xenophobic company known as Disney that made sure that the Black Crows during Jim Crow era laws were stereotypically black, and the ones that gave moonshine to Dumbo? Are you talking about the same company that very much tried to ostracize anyone of Jewish descent? You're talking about the company that already tried to very much do very dirty, dirty things to every other nationality ever possible, and that I'm supposed to have an opinion on now Disney cartoons happen to replace Ariel with somebody of skin color? You mean the same people that made sure, like, I'm to have an opinion on that? Why should I care? Why? Because if I have an opinion on one side of it, it means I need to pretty much take up arms as an activist. But if I have an opinion on the other side of it, I need to take up arms as a pacifist in a very long acting, standing talk about how rights need to be given to all races and creeds. Or, and hear me out, I can do a third option that's not being talked about nearly as much. I can realize that every now and then, we don't have to go to one extreme or the other, because the idea of going to one extreme is usually to fight other extremists so that one day it can end and we can meet in the middle ground where the rest of humanity lives, called the gray area, where we don't just have everything judged by, do we have enough black or white people in our movie? Do we have enough Hispanic representation? When we say that, when we write a fictional story that's set in the Pacific, did we make sure we got all Pacific Islanders as voice actors? Or did we bash a whole culture by having one person being of like African American descent being one of the main characters? Because somewhere in there, when we radicalize for good causes, we're doing the exact thing we fought against on accident. Am I allowed to be the person that just says I shouldn't care until it intrinsically is trotting upon the rights of somebody else. Can I be that person? Am I allowed to be that person that says that I do not care the races and nationalities of people who are cast in movies like that until it is actively downtrodden another race or nationality that might more aptly play or act the role they deserve it because they have the better acting chops, or that there is something very specific that might be offensive intrinsically to a very specific group of people that I now then need to recognize that we accidentally did something wrong and maybe it was truly an accident instead of going on a masquerade about how we shouldn't play the game or watch the movie. We sometimes realize that, hey, Lin-Manuel Miranda wrote a movie and it's called Moana. Remember when everyone got mad at that one? And that Pacific Islanders weren't represented properly because he had the gall to look for people who could publicize a story that was still a pretty faithful adaptation of a lot of their beliefs, but got some of them wrong, while still being a faithful, good, ethnically centric, or ethnically diverse background of drawn correctly, more or less, towards with the fantasy of Disney on top of it. But God forbid we put Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson or a singer in there that isn't roots in Hawaii or West. Like, are we that bad off? Well, I for one am shocked at what you're saying, Darkness. Never thought I'd hear plain common sense being spoken so openly. I mean, seriously, I would think at this point that what I'm saying is common sense. It just isn't. Like, I just don't understand why it's not. Because in the scheme of things, do I care if they change genders? If they change the gender or the ethnicity or sexuality of a character specifically to spite the one they changed it from, I have an issue. Other than that, why should I care? It's a movie. If I want to watch the movie, I'll go watch the movie. If I don't want to go watch the movie, I won't watch the movie. And if I find out it's something like Dumbo, where they're going to represent the only black representation in the movie will be literally a play on words of Jim Crow era laws by making the only black characters crows, having literal blackface in the movie, and having them give moonshine to Dumbo underage as if that's the way they'd get it, while them speaking what they thought of as ethnic culture speak from the black crows, from Jim Crows, then I will not watch it and probably advise other people that that is a very bigoted, racist thing and wouldn't be good for them to watch either. Other than that, why should I care? It's like me caring about Hanji Zoe. Germans and Spanish people wanted to read the manga. What were they supposed to do? When they want to talk about the moon and the sun, they have to put he and she before saying the moon and the sun. Any Spanish speaker here knows this. Like, you don't get to just say the moon. The moon is a she. The sun is a he, because there has to be a gender attached to it for you to make properly structured sentences. Like, so yeah, they wanted to read it, and they gave Hanji Zoe, somebody who was supposed to be up in the air in Attack on Titan lore, about their sexuality or their actual gender. They gave them a gender, and then when they voice acted them, they gave them the female because they gave them female honorifics in German and in Spanish. I'm supposed to have a problem with that? Are we supposed to have then hired somebody who is, I don't know, somebody who you would have to guess on their gender for the rest of forever when it comes to them doing the voice acting to make everyone appease? There's no way to appease everyone. There's just ways to make sure that people are not having their human dignity and freedoms infringed upon. So why should I care about...
There's more?
Especially Disney of all people. Those just... Disney's built on the idea of stealing other people's stuff, shutting down other studios so their stuff looks better, being this Mongol, and then also crapping on a lot of other ethnicities and religions. Sure, let Ariel be black. Why do I care? It's just, it is what it is. While I also had to give the whole disclaimer about what I just said on politics, I have to give the same disclaimer on religion. You can't just openly say like biblical verses in YouTube streams. I'm gonna say that, Mabel. I know that like it can be done with good intentions, but if I don't erase that, straight up, it's a YouTube policy to not, make people feel bad because of things like that. It's not. I wish it weren't that way. I really wish it weren't. Because some people have really good intentions of like the ways they would like to spread their beliefs, and I spread my own beliefs on this platform, yet I'm forced to erase other people's if I want to adhere to the platform. But it is my job, so I have to adhere to some things even if I don't like it, and I will say I do not like it. YouTube, change your policies. I cannot like it and still also want to feed my child, so there's a big difference there. I could want the same rights of wanting to be able to put in the next paycheck and feed my child, or God forbid that yesterday I had to cancel my dental appointment, which will almost guarantee a root canal back here if I can't reschedule within the next month. But where the hell am I supposed to come up with $807 when I don't have $807, much less the rest of the money, because I spent all of my medical deductible money on dental because I broke 4 teeth clenching down in pain because of the medical stuff. And now I spent it all on dental, and now I don't have money. So, it's like, oh, just get another job if you don't agree with YouTube. Yeah, well, you go get another job randomly and quit yours tonight and lose your place to live in, yeah, I'd love to be able to stand up for every single thing I believe in right here and right now. I have a child in the other room, and me standing up for my beliefs, then making him homeless, is not me standing up for my beliefs. That's me not having my priorities straight on. He doesn't even have a chance to stand up for his. I don't get to stand up for mine until I make sure he has a roof over his head. And then I show him the correct example. When I can be solid enough to be able to say, I will break away or change their terms, then I will be like, well, I'm stable enough now to be able to show you with my actions that I will not support a company that wouldn't allow that. With that said, a lot of people quote the golden rule, and I did see someone try to quote the Bible, and I'll say this. So many people that quote the golden rule make me mad. Because I don't remember the part in where it's like, love everyone except people that you just don't want to. I don't remember that rule ever being in there, but, to each their own, I guess. Vamp, thank you so much. 10 more gifted memberships to everyone who listened to me just go rambling on and on, because I'll start calling that rambling. I know people are probably tired of it. Oreo, Pika, thank you, Nick Gomez, Shadow Gamer, Ferris, CW Snag, Misty, Higgle, Keenan, Bad Situation. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Welcome everyone to the family. I got a shield. While I can't let things like that stand on here, I will say that, yeah, a lot of my opinions seem radical. They're not. Is it so radical to believe that people should be treated with respect and dignity and kindness, and that even if you don't get along with someone, even if there are disagreements, even if things go wrong between you and somebody else, even if you could see yourselves as enemies, that at the end of the day you're both human beings, and so that there's always still common ground to come back to of, hey, you're human, so am I. That's the conversation starter right there. We're both human. So we have something in common. Is it so bad to say that people want to quote the golden rule of treat everyone the way you want to be treated, and then to realize that most people who quote that rule also go, unless you don't agree with their, religious or political beliefs, and then go ahead and bash them. is it okay for me to say we should all, like, we're social animals. We should come together as a harmonious, like, one being. And then behind that same back, say, and as we're coming together, though, just dog every person that doesn't agree with you, though. And every single time something goes wrong with any of your friendships or relationships, just ditch them. It's all right for them to be in pain alone. Just leave them in pain. You know, you had your opinions, they had theirs. So, you know, just everyone abandon ship when things get hard. And but other than, you know, if they don't agree with my religion or my politics or my moralistic beliefs or the way I live my life, other than that, treat them with kindness, you know. No, we just say treat others the way you want to be treated. Not treat others the way you want to be treated unless they really made you mad that day. Then totally slap them and talk badly about them behind their back and make them feel like crap every single day. I don't remember any of that, but you know. So I wish I didn't have to erase, like, when people quote Bibles and things like that, because it's not that I intrinsically disagree with when many people try to quote religious scriptures, because many of them come from a good place. I mean, for anyone who actually lives in the Middle East, get their opinion on what's happening, and they're also tired about a war that's been going on for 1,000 years, about 3 takes over the same God. And if you don't like that statement, then you don't know the world you live in. There's a reason that those 3 religions are considered the 3 pillars and the 3 whatever. They're tired of it too. We're tired of it. Everyone's tired of fighting. But at the first drop of a hat, we all just fight. We find reasons to keep fighting. And I know the reason. The reasoning behind it is that if we can show we're right, we don't have to be wrong. But if we can't show that we're right, intrinsically we believe that somewhere we were wrong. It's almost like learning how to be a better person is proving to the rest of the world somehow intrinsically that you were wrong and weak and whatever. Like, that's not how it works. I'll tell a story. I will actually tell a short story. When I was younger, I was very, very confused, personally, about something that I was surrounded by. I grew up in the Bible Belt, so I grew up around a lot of Christianity, Christian faith and ideology. I was confused about something that I learned about when I was very young. I got very confused about why everyone talked about Christianity in the New Testament, but when I had heard it spoken so many times, when anyone talks about the actual Jesus of Nazareth, you know, Yeshua, he's a Jew. So my young self got very confused about, like, a lot of things when I was very young. So I, you know, started asking my parents if I could go to the local synagogue. And yeah, YouTube doesn't like my name being shortened to Dark because they think that they can tell when it's a noun, and they think that it's you being racist, and you're not. You're just shortening my name. So anyway, and so I went and I learned a lot of things. And I even went to the church that my mom used to get food from to feed my brother and I. I went back there to the youth pastor, and I asked them why things I learned over in a synagogue aren't taught here if Jesus was a Jew. And when I brought that up, her name is Brenda. She's an amazing woman. She immediately started setting up classes that I wish I had the textbook for, sitting right here to just show you that I'm not, like, BSing you. She took it to heart because it was a kid asking her, and she started a course. I don't think I have it right there. She started a course at the church where my mom used to go to get food for us when we were too poor to afford food. and she started a course for the teens, and it was called Messianic Christianity. And they'd invite a rabbi to teach basically Jewish customs and traditions, because I made it a point to go out of my way to ask why we learn about a dude, but we don't learn about what the dude was born into, what he was born to believe, what he was born growing up from. You know, there are stories that I had heard about, like he's a tween, but he's teaching at a synagogue. He's teaching at temple with the authority of an adult. That's in, you know, it's in the New Testament early on. And that's, you know, Joseph had to take him away because of the sentiment, blah, 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 all these things when he came back. And it's like, authority about what? He can't be a Christian because he's considered now Jesus Christ. He was Jesus of Nazareth. So what was he talking about authority about? I was very confused myself. And this is some of the reasons why I don't like some of YouTube's policies about talking about things like that. Like I'm playing a game, so technically this could be offensive if I actually just started saying it of like preaching basically, and that's not what I'm doing. Because if I started preaching and I put under a game tag, then it could be harassment to those who weren't like looking for blah, 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 blah. I've already been through it. YouTube, don't freaking dox me over it. It's not worth it because I'll fight you over it. It's the point of, that's the story I've got of when people are given public platforms and then you start restricting the way that people can actually spread their own ideas and talk to one another, you actually, in my opinion, start enforcing the idea that you have to polarize because you feel like you got to go with a bigger group of people to get heard in the first place. But the second you have to join the masses, you have to join the ideology of the masses. And that's not good for the idea of new ideas changing the ideology of the masses that you now just became subjugated to their ideals of. Do you see what I mean? It's like it's a cycle of basically being indoctrinated into something that you want to change, but now you have to know it, and now you have to follow it so you can change it? I was confused. I was supposed to be learning in the Bible Belt about my Bible. But so anyway, my own story of that is I went off to learn. And then I found myself very alone because as soon as I got to learn more, I found that that somewhere, I think deep down, I don't think people intrinsically want to fight. I think that was one of my first experiences of, especially going against adults, because you're always taught when you're younger that adults are always right. Well, I grew up on gang streets. Adults were actually not always right. Sometimes adults were the ones calling in an order for a child to kill another child on gang streets. Adults were by far sometimes some of the most dangerous people you could be around. But I still grew up with the idea you have respect for adults. You have at least an intrinsic respect of the idea they've been alive longer than you, and that they need to prove for some reason, like they're not immediately the exception. The rule is treat others the way you want to be treated, respect other adults. If you see that there's somebody that shouldn't be respected after multiple actions and their actions prove that they are a bad person, then you turn away from what you're taught. I already talked about that on another stream. You teach kids to respect adults after people have proven that they should not have that respect given to them. Then you have the discussion of they become an exception, not the rule to all of that. But I learned even back then that I don't think I ran into anybody like going to synagogue. I don't think I ran into anybody in the Bible Belt or in Georgia or a youth pastor. I don't think I ran into anyone who wanted to be wrong when I was just like, why are we taught about Jesus being a Jew, but we aren't taught Jewish customs? That was the question I had. That was literally the question that I had that long ago. Why are we taught so many things, but we're not taught that, like, Jesus is a Jew. He grew up as a Jew. It's made obvious. So why aren't we taught all Jewish? Why don't we know Moses's laws? Why did that just get cut out? Why does it feel like everything's about the new? And then when I went to learn it, and try to figure out why it's never talked about. Again, let's just put it under the assumption I live in the South. I live in the Bible Belt. I'm around it. You can go 5 steps and you find someone else another evangelical something or other when you live in Georgia. It's fine. The idea was more or less for me of, if I wanted to learn, it doesn't matter if I wanted to learn about Judaism, Christianity, learn about how Muslims and their how the Islamic faith practices their traditions, or Hindi, it's not about the religion. It was that every person that I ran into, it was like I was asking them to be wrong. And I think that is the problem when you have conversations about things that, even when I was talking about, what do I think about them changing, you know, gender or race or whatever for Disney movies or whatnot. A lot of those opinions, a lot of those things almost are asking you, be polarized. Have a polarized decision, have an opinion, but it's more like have a critique and have a problem with it, is what they're actually, what a lot of people are asking you. Do you have a, they're not asking, what do you think about it? They're like, do you have a problem with it? I think is what it comes down to. And what my response almost always, why I went on this long talk randomly in the middle of this game, is I think what it comes down to for me is that it feels like the culture and the times we live in dictate that you have an opinion or that you don't have a voice. You either get yourself an opinion or you have a voice. And the second you get the opinion, you have to be like lumped in and grouped with other people, even if you don't agree with their opinion. And it feels like you have to learn their opinion to learn how to break away from their opinion. But do you agree with their opinion? But now you have a label on you because you have a religion or a political belief or something else. And then it's label after label after label after label. And it's, where do I get back to just being Steven Jackson? Like, it's that kind of mentality. And so what I have to say to that basically is, when I had to confront that a long time ago, I learned that people just don't like being wrong. And when you ask somebody something so core to their beliefs, that could lead to good change. Their beliefs usually dictate that they must defend their beliefs before they defend your human dignity. And because of that, even things like the golden rule get bastardized because they have to defend first their belief before they have to defend the people the belief was supposed to protect. And when we live under auspices like that, you can find where quickly I usually can't say a lot of my opinions or why I would lead the life that I lead or why I lead it the way I do, because the way I live my life is not based on just one set of beliefs or doctrines. It's based on the idea that I am always wrong. But not just because I want to be wrong. It's because I don't want to believe that if I'm right, one, I'm already dead but still walking. If I'm just correct on everything. But second, it's that if I live under the idea that my life and my beliefs are just a hypothesis, if I followed the real like scientific method, when you test a hypothesis, you don't actually test the hypothesis to be correct. You do everything in your power to test it to be incorrect. And if you can't prove it's incorrect, then the hypothesis is sound. And I like to believe I live my life more like that than as somebody who will do something because my parents or my grandparents did it. Because social norms dictate that when your relationship goes one way, when your friendships go one way, when your social status goes one way, when your job goes one way, that this other way of you acting is the way that you are supposed to act in response, period, end of discussion, full stop. I don't like that. And I learned when I was younger, the reason it feels like that more and more is because when I was younger, it just was people don't want to be wrong. And now that I'm getting older, I'm finding out that people don't want to be wrong. And also it's easier to feel like you're wrong with the proliferation of information like the internet and media. And with all of that as an amalgamation, it leaves very little wiggle room for growth and expanding the idea that it isn't about being right or wrong. It's not about good or bad. It's lives as being social creatures collide with each other. And if we don't learn about each other and learn that we always have common ground with each other for the idea that we are human, then we can't just accept simple questions like I had when I was a kid. If Jesus is a Jew, why don't we ever learn Jewish laws and customs? And I found out the answer was because it would put so many things into question that the people teaching it would have to feel like they're wrong. And no one wants to feel like they're wrong. No one wants to live their life feeling like they're wrong. It makes people feel downtrodden. It makes people feel demoralized. It makes people feel like they have to fight against something. It gets them defensive. But I would argue this to you before I just get off a random side note of this. That defensive barrier of not realizing that we put up our guard, not to protect ourselves, but to protect our dignity, and that many times we do it at the expense of other people's dignity and other people's human rights and beliefs, we intrinsically can never grow past things that we were better about even decades ago, even though we believe we're better people now. If that makes sense. Because there is so much growth. Like I'm a half black man. 50 years ago, it would be a black man on a platform that I would need special permissions. You would never see me. What I know. Things have gotten better in many places, in many ways. And speaking as someone who is half black, you know, I get that, but that's does that make sense? Thank you so much, Amarok. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Does that make sense? That's a really long way of me basically saying, I don't know. That was a long way of me saying, no. The world is dumb. Dealing with stupidity is hard. And day to day, you just deal with willful ignorance. And no one wants to feel wrong. But the only way to be right is to have an opinion. Which intrinsically means somebody else has to be wrong because your opinion will not be the same as everyone else's. Which means intrinsically you're going to have a fight on your hands with somebody. Which is exactly why this circled this around to why I don't like playing the comparison game. I don't like playing the comparison game because, as everyone here that's listened to more than one stream knows, if you compare two things, someone has to win, someone has to lose.
With your dirty eyes.
Thank you, Silent Eagle.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Everyone hashtag Silent Eagle. Thank you also to Amarok for dropping them back on in and doing that, giving more people gifted memberships. So anyway, yeah, it's the same. A lot of it's the same. It's the same ideology I've always had. I don't want to compare. You don't compare people in your lives. Don't compare things. Don't compare. Stop comparing. Only make comparisons when they're fair and logical and have a reason to further thoughtful discussion instead of being argumentative and detrimental and forcing people to have opinions that they don't fully ascribe to. They just have to have it so that they fit in with the masses so that they're not singularly attacked, because anybody who has an opinion that doesn't fit in with the mass of opinions is subject to having a personal attack. And to avoid personal attacks, people make missteps. So but what? Speaking from experience over the last month, more than one person has done that our entire life. It really showed in the last month. Yeah, I mean, if it circles back to that in particular, as I hit play again, that is one of my biggest problems with things like talking about the golden rule and stuff like that. Again, I won't ascribe the golden rule to just one religion. I'll just say it is a just known thing. Treat others the way you want to be treated. I know it comes from not just one, not just two, actually three, because you can actually go look up scripture yourself and find out maybe the golden rule is a paraphrasing of two other rules, but it actually also fits pretty perfectly with a few other passages from two other books. So it's pretty much well known for human beings. You know, treat others the way you want to be treated. Yeah, I'm towards the end of the game. But even in the golden rule that we ascribe to, treat others the way you want to be treated, I just don't remember being raised to say unless they pick on you and act like jerks, then it's out the window. Just punch them. You know what? You know, they go bad enough. Just do whatever you want to. I mean, you know, golden rule only applies to people who only agree with you, right? I don't like hypocrisy when it comes to that kind of stuff. It just feels wrong because it is wrong. But it also means that a lot of the motives and actions I take in my life get misinterpreted by people who have to suffer them. And I am eternally sad on that one. That people who get to know me on a personal level have to deal with me. I do hate that one. I hate the idea that people who are close to me have to suffer through the idea that I will not necessarily act the way that should have been expected, and it can throw a lot of people for a loop. And there's a lot of regret and remorse in my life because of times I wish I had just gone with the stream and gone with the flow. Done what everyone else did and never ever questioned it because it would have just been easier. Yet at the same time, something's not picked up in here. Why didn't I not pick up in here? Yet at the same time, would I even be here today if I just gone with the flow? I've had the DLC. I'm just now playing it soon. What did I not pick up in here? Like if I had just gone with if I did go with the ideology of just go with the flow and not feel bad about it. Good night, Amarok. Thank you for stopping on by again. Oh, I hope you see me tomorrow because I need to be working every single day from here on out. You know, I might not even be here today. I grew up on gang streets. So there's a good chance that I would be dead and buried a long time ago. Or not. Or maybe I would have been like, I have an older half brother. He consistently gets incarcerated. He has 2 children, at least 2 children of his own. I won't say he just has 2 children. Yet he still posts bragging pictures on Facebook of when he and his bros, his homies, his whatever he wants to call them that day, get locked back up. You know, not like his children can just check that he took another picture of him going back into jail, county jail or prison, for his children to see that he's proud to stand by other people who have done illegal things side instead of being more proud of being a dad. Like, I could have ended up like my half brother, and I didn't. So, I mean, there's that. But at the same time, I could have ended up with a lot less heartache. So, you know, there's that too. And some days I don't know. Hey, Christian. Some days I wake up not very much questioning which one was right and which one's wrong myself. I question myself all the time. I think that goes back to the idea of if I ever stop questioning myself, if I can answer things. Oh, I already have the ball mold. Whoops. If I can ever definitively give myself too many answers, that's when it gets super scary. I have similar regrets, but came to the realization that going down the hard route always sculpts your character tenfold. I don't know if it's always about sculpting character, but I do agree with that. It's just, in the same conversation I had with somebody that brought up the idea of people don't even know the case law that gave human rights, bodily autonomy, and all, whatever, blah, 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 my tongue is twisted. I also brought up the idea that I actually think I had to text it. I hope they don't mind, because I'm not saying who it is at all. But I think I have it. So I think I don't have to think about it. Let's see if there's something. Let's see. Did I can't read all that. I thought I was gonna be able to read something real fast, and I can't. Too much of it's personal. Dang it. I wish I could. I wish I could read this. I can't. YouTube will get on to me for that one. I can't. I had a good way to sum it up, but there's personal information I can't in good conscience say. Am I going back to the entrance? Oh yeah, I am. Hey, dude. Hey, Christian. I decided tonight was not gonna be a night that I tried to get too much into my head of how well I'm doing. I'm not doing my best, but I can think of scenarios that things could be worse. One or two specific ones. How about you, Christian? How you doing? Shut up, Duke. I can hear you're alive by the... I can't believe I didn't use the freaking flower ball thing. Oh god, it's this puzzle. What's on the agenda after that? Visage. I have it all written down. Can't grab it right now. Doing puzzle. I need to put it on my wish list for Amazon. I'd like to do I would like to be able to do... Hey, if any company is listening right now, I didn't realize that months and months ago, I actually had a free code for... And if it wasn't a scam, the company has been known to send out on accident a few scam emails. If it wasn't a scam, I had a code for... for the... Oh god, what is it? New Breath of the Wild, the new Legend of Zelda called? I think it's a scam. I have no reason to believe why someone who's I get lumped in with Resident Evil more than anything else. I don't have any reason to believe why that code was. I don't think that's why I was questioning it in the first place. Tears of the Kingdom. I love to play Tears of the Kingdom, but I can't afford it. I should put it on the Amazon wish list. I will literally tell you right now, if you donate something and say, use this to buy Tears of the Kingdom, I'm going to tell you that's not what's going to happen. I'm going to pay medical bills and rent. But if I'm sent Tears of the Kingdom, I will absolutely play it, whether it be by like code or anything else. I will play it. I desperately want to. I want that to be part of the agenda. Same goes for Diablo 2. I wanted to play it, but I can't afford. Someone even gave money saying, here, if this is enough to pay for Diablo 2, I mean Diablo 4 rather, and if I have to cancel dentist appointments to make it so that I don't have to have root canals later on, and that I will just perpetually be in pain still in a place that really, really hurts from breaking teeth because I was in pain from passing 2 kidney stones, having an abdominal herniation, having infections, having blah blah blah. Like, if that's my case, I put on the list. But things that I do have. Where's the thing? Oh, I think I took the... No, I didn't. I put it under student loan documents of having to pay those back. What's on the docket for later? The Shadows of Rose, System Shock. Oh yeah, I am gonna put out for System Shock. Unless anyone wants to go and find my Steam ID in the description below and gift me System Shock, the remake, the 2023. I meant to do that on day 1. Dead Space, finishing up Dead Space. Doing more Final Fantasy 16. If someone wants to send me Legend of Zelda Diablo 4, I'm totally all over it. Finishing Visage, doing all of Madison by the end of the month. Mortuary Assistant got an update, wanting to do that. Amnesia, I have an inkling I want to go back to. I don't know if it'll be this month. I want to do Family Night. I want to play a little bit of Phasmophobia just to get my head off of it. I have notes underneath to be able to process the 4D versions of Amnesia the Bunker, Dead Space 2023, the DLC that I play to post it in 4K. I might do runs of Claire B and just declare them the Claire B guide of making stipulations and everything like I did with the guides, but actually just taking the footage and marking it up like I did for the guide so people will stop asking about Claire B. And I have Resident Evil 4 Remake as a randomizer possibly. And when this whole schedule has a lot of things scratched out because it says I have to get scoped in EGD and a colonoscopy and a few other things in biopsies, then I can't guarantee much of anything. And then I have this page of all the rest of the things I want to be able to get to. It's just a list of just the games that gave me before I got to anxiety. Oh. Hey, GJD. I did. Don't worry, GJD. You're actually covered. But you don't have to worry about giving me anything else. You've given plenty to this channel. What's going on? Don't even worry about it. Your games have actually been played a little bit off stream because I wanted to find a little enjoyment for myself, and I found a little bit of enjoyment in a little hack and slash. I wasn't mentally feeling my best, and I decided to pick it up. Which one did I pick up? I will not say.
Welcome.
Because, what GJD is speaking about is the fact that I have... Oh, God, my legs are asleep. Please hold while representative is getting back to you shortly. Please hold while representative will get back to you shortly. Please hold while representative will get back to you shortly. Where did I put the box? I think I put the box in the... I put the box in the living room. I think I'm gonna just go in circles because I put the box in the living room. Sorry, JJD. I can't even tease people with how much you sent me. Because I broke up your box actually into 2 pieces. Your box is actually 2 pieces now. I have the GJD box. Please hold and a representative will be with you shortly. It just so happens both of those boxes are not in the office because I was having anxiety attacks trying to come in the office and work. I felt so behind with work that coming into the office felt like too much anxiety. So I took your the GJD box on the living room. It's out there. Yeah, I felt like a little hack and slash. Also, full disclosure for GJD's sake, since I know he's here right now. I can actually send you back Katamari if you really, really want your original copy back, because somebody offered to buy me the Nintendo Switch version after hearing they watched an old live stream and said that Katamari, if you wanted to play it that badly, I could send it back to my viewer and they'd buy me the Switch version of the game. So the offer is now there. If you want me to, irony that the PS5 can now play PS2 games. Wait, it can? Are you kidding? Wait. This is news to me. Hold on. Hold the phone. We're not doing anything else until this is... Are you kidding? PS5 can play PS2 games. Like the PS2 discs. Not just like the games like the... Huh? Cran, I'm glad I could help. You heard that the last update made it happen. We are going down a rabbit hole. Oh, I have to hit the ad button. Oh god, everyone's gonna start getting automated ads again. I'm so sorry. Wait. You can't play disc-based games. That's from April. You said it was the recent. What? Wait, what? I'm now confused. I didn't hear about this. No. I can't. What? This would be a game changer for me. Oh. If you play for a PS Plus premium subscription, you would be able to play a wide variety of games for PS. But the new update, let's see. There are videos about it. Play PS1, PS2, PS3, PS4, and PS5. Wait. 2 days ago. No, this is actually hot off the press, guys. Hold your horses. Wait. Are you kidding? Hold on. I gotta mute everything. I gotta mute everything so I can even see. I only see videos about it. Hold on. Where are they get? What? Hold. What? What? It's in beta. Okay, I see it. They're working on emulation, not dis. it would have to be the idea of a new PS5, and they apparently leaked information is talking about letting the new PS5 having the ability to be more backwards compatible because of all that, which would make more sense. But that's what I thought. You use the This is all very fresh. Nope. Sadly, no. So yeah, so I know the architecture of why PS1 and PS2 games originally couldn't be read. And it was because the PS5, and then by extension, you could throw PS4 under the bus for that one. PS1 and PS2. PS1 tried to use basically a proprietary CD, which did not work out. Anyone who was in the know back in the day could actually burn a PS1 disc. When it was just called the PlayStation, you could rip off PlayStation 1. You had to know what to do. You had to have the correct software, but it was possible to actually get around it without even modding your PlayStation. They fixed that. And then PlayStation 2, the way that you could play PlayStation 1, that the original PlayStation 2 had the chip inside of it for a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2. A dual architecture chip, if I remember, because the PlayStation 3, the fat boy PlayStation 3 could play PlayStation 2 in one disc, because the no, the PS2 is the one that emulates. So the PS2 could emulate playing a PS1 disc. The fat boy PS3 had a chip inside of it that could that was the PS2. So most people didn't realize that the original PS3 could actually was backwards compatible, because it actually had an actual PS2 processing chip, which means it could natively play PS2 games and emulate off of the disc PS1 games. But it was the last one that they did strictly as an optical drive that could do something like that. Starting with the PS4, when they switched to trying to do proprietary DVD Blu-ray type deal in between stuff like that, the optical drive inside of it couldn't actually read the disc itself, all the data cleanly, even if it wanted to emulate it. However, all the talk is that apparently in the beta stuff, there is more emulation software now downloaded into the PS5. And that would suggest they might do something like Microsoft did, which is, yes, Microsoft made a deal a while ago that you could take your old Xbox games, insert them into your computer or into your Xbox. What system did they start with that? Was it the Xbox X? Was it actually Series X, or was it Xbox One? You could take your old Xbox games, insert them, and it could read that it was the wrong file type, but it could also read its proprietary Microsoft basically stamp on the optical drive. And that was your proof, if you will, that you had bought the game, so you could freely download the game and not have to buy it again. And it looks like they might be going down that road, and it could just as easily be that they're just going down the road of making you double dip, rebuy all of your old games, and then put out a PS5 Pro that just happens to be backwards compatible, because some of the software inside of it for the beta that could be downloaded is supporting a detachable disk drive for the diskless PS5, but doesn't apparently make sense for just the detachable disc, and therefore could lead to the idea of they might do something like a PS5 Pro or make a detachable disk drive that can read the games, and that means that their emulation software would then fit natively. You just pop the disc in. Okay, so a lot of this is making sense. I had to go on a whoa boy. Oh boy. Oh god. Yeah, the laser can't read the disc. So what Microsoft did was instead the laser could still, they just wrote it to still be able to the digital protection of the disc. They read to see that like, oh yeah, it is Microsoft's, and then when it started to try to read the disc and it get the read error, it's still the initial like it. Basically, Microsoft went through when you start trying to read a disc, does this set of error information come up? If it is this set of error information, it must be this video game. Therefore, you legally bought the game and you can download it. And they made the disc into a way that you didn't have to buy the game a second time. It looks like Sony might be going down that route, but there's nothing confirmed. So anyway, that's interesting though about the only other part that is in there, that there is now beta information about being able to detach and play I mean, that makes sense. To be able to upsell people who got the digital only version of the PS5, upselling them on being able to get the disc version by selling a standalone disc reader. But if the beta of the August beta drivers that are in there right now can not only emulate all systems that have come before, and they're claiming is for the PS Store for older games, but also there is an emulation in there for the detachable disc to be a different optic disc than the PS5, possibly being like a Fatboy PS3 optical disc drive. Then technically you could actually just, they could upcharge you again to play your old games. They could charge you $100 or $200 and say, oh yeah, you can play all your games on the same drive now. That sounds like Sony. Okay, that sounds like Sony. I believe we just found what actually sounds like what Sony would do. There it is. I mean, okay, so yeah, the drivers are all there, the emulation is there. They already have the PS Store. The PS Store is crap compared to the Xbox Online stuff. It doesn't have a stable connection. You have to have FiberWire and cross your fingers that PlayStation servers want to, you know, be nice to you that day. They tried to stop their servicing on the PS Vita and the PS, the PlayStation, not portable, but PS TV. They got backlash from that and they kept supporting that. They've realized over the last 2.5 years of that backlash, because they were supposed to shut that down 2 years ago. They realized over that backlash that they're not going to get away from, the idea that people want to play older games. So it would make sense for them to keep doing the idea of more games can be put onto their PS Store for you to, because you have to emulate the game. And the confusing thing on there for me is the idea of PSP being on that list. That there are drivers sitting right there for PSP. And for those who don't know why PSP would be special is because PS Vita actually has native emulation because of PS TV. And if people who don't know what PS TV is, mine might be in the living room. It's in the living room. I have a PS TV, and I've played old any Vita game that's out there. Basically, I can play on my PS TV as well, and that's how I've streamed some older games. When I tried to play Final Fantasy Tactics on this channel, I was not playing through the Vita. I was playing through the PS TV. In fact, me playing Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions, there is a mode where you can battle, and you can battle other people. You know, you took your PS Vitas, your handheld PlayStations, to the predecessor is the PS Portable, the PSP. You could take your Vita and play with somebody else, and that if you both are close enough, you could battle in Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. And you could get things like the Chaos Sword or Excalibur, like infinite copies if you played enough with your friends. I have admitted that my trick in playing that game and getting loot early on is opening up PvP and then playing against myself from my TV of my PS TV linked to my PS Vita. And so I just trade off on which one wins and loses. I make one team just win and one team lose. And it changes how many coffers you can open up for gear. And so I just trade off. If I want my PS Vita to have more gear to gear up my guys because I want them to have like the special stuff you only get from playing other people, then I just have my PS TV lose. And if I want my PS TV characters to have more gear, I have my PS Vita lose. And I've done that for more than one game, but Final Fantasy Tactics is probably my most egregious time of there is gear you cannot get unless you play against other human beings. The reason I bring all of that up is because PSP games are highly sought after because of lack of emulation. They were not emulated for basically any reason. So the reason why you got things like Crisis Core being a remake is because it was very hard to find emulated copies of PSP. I think PlayStation 2 or 3 tried to have a store where you could emulate PSP games, but PSP emulation was dropped. While Vita actually emulated perfectly PS1, PS2 games and had its own library. And PS Vita games usually weren't proprietary to the Vita. They're usually almost always ported to the PlayStation 3, later on PS4. So for PSP to be on that list means that it is a legitimate, them trying to merge the Vita store, the old one that was only for PS TV and PS Vita. PSP would only be on there if they're doing something newer. Hey, Led Robster, what's going on? So yes, it looks like, and that's what would make the most sense. Okay, sorry, I went on a sidetrack. I had to go search that down because I was dumbstruck by that. GJD, your box is in the living room. I have been playing some of your games. Someone offered that if you want they saw you talking about Katamari, and they literally said not only would they pay for me to have Katamari on my Switch, they'd pay for the shipping cost for me to send you your copy of Katamari back if it meant that much to you. They thought that you're very much hurt about it. If you actually do want it back, just message me. Like if you want it back this moment and you want me to just play it from the Switch, I'm sure the same person will still pay for me to have it on the Switch. But they did catch that you were talking about, I wouldn't have sent it if I didn't know you'd play so much. You made that comment, they sent a screenshot and they talked about it not too long ago. And that made me get out your old games and be like, I'm just going to play a few. Because I was in a mopey mood, as I have been lately anyway. And I was just like, hack and slash, what do I do for hack and slash? And I was like, GJD box. So I broke out the box. I did get it out. And why you just left me like flabbergasted? I was like, I could have done that in here. Okay. Apparently I can't do it yet in here. But there might be a future where you can buy your very own optical drive so you can play the games you already own. And now that I say that out loud, it sounds dumb. That I would have to say those words. But it's not. It's not dumb. I think. Like, that's not. Anyway.
Now, this is something to splurge on. This is all in an
Yes, it is.
even.
Actually, Dynasty Wars is so much mindless fun. I was looking for Hyrule Warriors on sale really badly, and I didn't find it on sale. I missed the sale. Oh yeah. I wanted to be able to play Hyrule Warriors and then debate everyone by playing Hyrule Warriors one day. So anyone who's here live, you'll know that I'm going to do this to you guys one day. I wanted to be able to get Hyrule Warriors. And then to debate all of you, I was going to title the next stream of more of the same, but more of the same from yesterday, and put the game tag as Hyrule Warriors. And put the thumbnail as very ambiguous, and then just do Dynasty Warriors. I was gonna do that. If you're here now, you know that that's the thing that I'm probably gonna do to you. Anyway, the whole thing is that if you guys really want me to play things that I want scheduled on the thing, YouTube has made their demand straight of what I need to do to make my channel bigger. I have ways to be able to make the channel bigger. I do have to apologize that if I follow YouTube's guidelines, they will start pushing my channel. And so the idea of me just talking to you guys like this will have to be cut into separate streams. That YouTube, as soon as I break the 100,000 mark, which if I start following YouTube's guidelines, I probably will, I'll get 10,000 subscribers just fine. If I want to have streams where I chat with you guys, I need to separate gameplay and chatting with you guys completely, basically. There's like no good way around it. Unless I am actively playing the game every single time I chat with you guys. I need to pay bills, so I have to go down that route. As I pursue that route, I would like to be able to chat with you guys as much as possible until I accidentally break that place where I can't talk with you guys as much. Where I have to break up streams of just, have a stream, we're just going to chat. I'm not playing a game, and I have to do that for YouTube's sake. So I can mark it as we're not playing a game, or stop playing a game and have a dedicated part of saying this is the end of the game, so that YouTube can see the game's no longer being played and I can unmark it as the game. So, you know, play YouTube's rules. But if before that happens, if you guys want me to have things and play them, whatever, I do want to actually do the new Legend of Zelda and Diablo 4, but I can't afford them. Hey, Michael. Why not play old RE playthroughs in the background and just talk to chat? I don't want to be one of the channels that gets demonetized for trying to break the rules. I'm not going to get into that. There have been dozens of channels of people that I know who have tried to get around that. And there has been a sweep of demonetization recently. Where the channel can no longer monetize any content, period. And they can't have members, they can't have super chats, they can't have anything. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking trying to bend the rules.
Thank you for your patronage.
Yeah, if you're a smaller YouTuber, yeah, that's really the rules until you get to be bigger. Then you can break them. Bigger YouTubers get to set the rules, not smaller. Once you're in the middle ground, you have to follow the rules until you can make the rules on your own. Yeah. No, the sweep of demonetizations just happened last week that I know about, of people who tried to get around that. It specifically affected people who are talking like you're talking about, of playing games in the background to have a chat. So there are so the ones that got specifically affected that I know I can say without getting in trouble by YouTube are channels that used to bring up topics and put Minecraft in the background, and channels channels that used to clip content from other people, but a very specific group of people, but clip basically, if you were 1 million plus subscribers, doesn't really matter what you did. People who clip and then do not change the clips and just make compilation channels, and specifically channels that have Minecraft in the background while they talk about other topics, all got demonetized. They had to just start new channels. I've heard about that for Tears of the Kingdom. I love puzzles. You know that, GJD. Don't break my heart anymore. It was on my schedule because I thought I owned it, and I don't. I realized it was an offer that might have been a fake offer. I thought I was going to be doing that. Tears of the Kingdom was set to be started. What is today? Because I have everything marked down a week. Tears of the Kingdom was set to be started the night of the 22nd. And I don't own it. So it's not anymore.
You really are a tough one.
I was gonna try to fit it in earlier, and that was my date of it's absolutely happening. And if anything else fell through before that, I'd started earlier than that. But I have my whole schedule right in front of me of what I'm doing. I just haven't posted it for everyone else. I haven't been able to bring myself to post it yet. I'm doing my best to be in a better mental place where I can go ahead and do that. Yeah. I also had Diablo 4 on there, and then I couldn't freaking even pay dental bills this month, so I took that off. So, There's... Anyway.
Bullshit. Out of my way.
Ow. God, I have to go through the whole grunty grunts. I hate this. Just so I can get the I didn't heal achievement stuff. Oh, God, do I hate this. Hold on. Break down more walls. No. There's the whole achievement of 4 heals or less. I don't plan on healing for Miranda. Miranda is one of the easier fights in the game, so... When it comes to Village of Shadows, at least. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, he hasn't broken this down? You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. No. 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 Mistakes were made. No. Mistakes were made. I was thinking about I was gonna shoot him until he died. As a strategy, but like a backup. Because, you know, I'm a real gamer. And real gamers use their fingers, not their heads. Sadly enough, way too many gamers have to use their fingers way too often because they've been gaming too often. I was too busy making a bad joke to pay attention to what I was doing.
You really are a tough one. But I'm tired of chit-chat. Time to die. You can hear it, can't you? Someone waiting for you.
Probably should have paid more attention to the game than the joke. Oh well. Anyway, let's go ahead and finish this game up real fast.
I don't have time for this bullshit. Out of my way.
you land? Oh. Probably. If the fields dry up, I have my son's baseball practice in the morning. And then I can get on to being able to do other things. Plus, the later it gets, the more people get, you know, tired and not hearish. And I'm not going to do Shadows of Rose while everyone's asleep, so... No. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Did the game just try to tell me that while I was out of line of sight, that I was in line of sight and I definitely got hit by... I thought I was gonna have to walk through a little fire.
Tired of chit-chat. Time
Do...
to die.
Did...
You can hear it, can't you? Someone's waiting for you.
Did I... No, fine. It's fine.
I don't have time for this bullshit.
Because I plan on the next stream being Shadows of Rose. Because my mind will be fresh and replete with all things Resident Evil 7 and 8. Uh-oh. Whoops. I didn't get to it fast enough. Jeezums. Okay. This is actually my most... If I wanted to say one fight that actually... Especially since I'm not healing.
I'm tired of chit-chat.
If I were healing this, I would just pour heals on this fight and not care.
Can't you?
This is actually the fight that I don't like the most in the whole game.
Waiting for you.
This is the one. Just because to me it feels like there's a way you can do it, and then it feels like there's a correct way you can do it, and it really feels like... I mean, the game obviously tells you,
Time for this bullshit. Out of my
lay minds down for him, use your best thing that can point a weak spot. Like, the game is giving you some obvious clues about how it goes. The fight does, but... I've always just found it a little tedious. All the recent Resident Evils I've beat with no heals, probably, at some point. Actually, I know for a fact that that's true. I've done all the recent ones as that's been a challenge before. To be honest, no heals is not actually the annoyance in a lot of them. It's when you find out that there are some places where basically the game knows that how is it? How to better put it? If you play 1,000, 2,000 hours of a game like Resident Evil, and then you realize something is different, and you realize the difference is your health, and starting to realize like, oh, there are scripted things that change depending on your health. What enemies will basically get away with and what they won't get away with. That's the only part that gets to me. You know what? Let's just... Uh-oh. That's a bad place to paint myself into. I saw it coming.
You really are a tough one. But I'm tired of chit-chat. Time to die.
Oh, am I in the right? I didn't go in
You
this.
can hear it, can't you?
I've been
Waiting.
It could be worse. Where's the money? Money. Oh god. How do you say ugh in Heisenberg? I was gonna say in Espen Heisenberg, but I do not know where my brain was even going with that like sentiment, so don't ask, please. All right, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna screw to this guy. Look at this. Watch this. It's called a mine. You know what this is called? It's called a mine. It's gonna start the whole phase off a lot faster. I don't want to do it this way, but it's gonna happen. I can, and everyone hashtag GJD. I can and absolutely will use gift cards for what they're meant for because I can't use them for medical bills and other things. Thank you, GJD. We will be playing Tears of the Kingdom this month because I really have wanted to play it. Thank you.
Out of my way!
Yeah, gift cards have always had a different everything. They get to be the catch-all of things happen, but I can still do things. Thank you so much. You did everything right. Your competence has been verified by... I believe in you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh God, where is he? Where did he even? And why is it there? Where did he even and why is it there? I actually lowered the bitrate because people were having drop frames. I did confirm. Uh-oh. That's a YouTube issue. There's nothing I can do about that. Me dropping the bitrate won't do anything, and I need to raise that back up. All I did was lower people's quality. A few people were talking about... A few people actually were saying something about drop frames. And I did get to the bottom of that one. YouTube is getting a little bit of a facelift lately. That's one of the reasons they're cracking down on some things. Just so happens that more and more people are actually streaming on YouTube. Who would have known that streamers actually put a strain on YouTube? being able to do normal things like the rest of the videos that they upload and you can watch and peruse. I bet no one could have guessed that. The drill guy is the strum. So, I'm gonna up my bit rates back for next stream now that I know better, because I was and I'll up my bitrate back so that if I actually use a live stream, like Tears of the Kingdom, if I keep all screen elements off the screen, I can use the stream version of like what I'm doing as like I can just record it on my computer as a backup, and I can just use that as the VODs. I can just cut out when YouTube doesn't like that I'm going on little side notes and talking too much. Does this? They do work on him. I thought there was a really, really cheap way of getting him. I didn't want to do that though. I was just tired of him. Don't worry, I'm starting to get tired too. That's why I just did that. I didn't feel like doing it that way, but I didn't want to do him dirty, but I thought it was the grenade. If you saw me earlier checking my inventory and being like, is grenade launcher? It's because I really wanted to just go ahead and grenade launcher him. Grenade launcher is the answer to everything in this game. Oh, there's the other ammo. Okay. Hey, Big Rob, what's going on? What is good? Orange chicken, but I can't have it. Oh, hey! Good and or bad news. I'll just inform people of good and bad news. Just be glad you're not asking for Genbu Dirge. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. I'm still healing from the biopsy for my throat. I apologize. Miranda is abominable. We're merely a bunch of failed Kadal experiments to her. I was just lucky I had more affinity to some stuff than the other poor schmucks in the village. So she calls me her son. What a joke. I'll never forgive her for what she did to me. And crazy bitch has never been right in the head. She can't see any difference between experiment and family. It's because she's trying to bring her family back using experiments. Miranda didn't just change my body. She took my dignity. If I don't kill her, then my life will never be my own. Still, she may be crazy, but she's also powerful. She can turn into anyone using the Mega Mycete. Oh yeah, the big one is called the Mega Mycete. This triggers the Brat Rose. If I could access her power, then maybe. Is the trick isn't for Miranda to be able to change into anyone using Rose. It's anyone else to be able to use Miranda's power would need Rose. Speaking of, the kid's dad, Ethan, has a pretty interesting body himself. Okay. Within a 10-day span, I have... Yeah, that's right, GJD. You're... That's right. I feel bad. What's my opinion on anime games? Man, maybe you haven't seen that one of my top 10 or 15 viewed games on this channel is like Sword Art Online. Hollow, not Realization. I think that's the PS Vita one. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday to ya. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to ya. That's... I can't. Where's the other one? Where is Genbu, actually? Does Genbu exist?
Does Genbu? Is this Genbu? What? Is this? Ow! Ah! Uh-oh. We don't want to deal with
Genbu. No. Nope. We're not dealing with Genbu. Oh my god. This one isn't Genbu. This one sounds a little too much like Genbu.
Anyway. So, oh, the good and the bad news. They're glad they took a big biopsy out of me because they have to send back more tests. I found logging into patient portal today. I only found that out, literally while I was setting up the stream. I might not have celiac. It might have been a misdiagnosis. That is when anybody in the medical profession will probably start panicking. So I'm going to say, let's just wait. Because I brought up orange chicken and it made me think of good and bad news of maybe I can have orange chicken again. Anyone in the... But thank you for the continued support, GJD. Oh, magic number of months. That is true. 20 months into the magic number. I think at this point with the symptoms I've had, I would just rather have celiac. That would be the bad news. That it would be good news that I could eat things. I could go back to a more normalish diet of like things that I could consume, but they took it like a nice big biopsy. And the first result came back from it already saying we need to take a closer look at the result. Which you don't want to hear about because I don't know how to explain celiac, whatever you want to call it, disease to people, other than it's blatantly obvious once you take a biopsy whether someone has it. So for them to have to go for a second look, that would usually be a good thing about the idea of, oh, you were misdiagnosed. I'm going to tell you, if you have no reason to have any training in the medical field right now, WebMD is not your friend for going and looking up comorbidity of symptoms from that and anything else. That's the bad news, because that means that if that's off the table, we just dumped a lot of things onto the table. And that table is not looking good for me. But if anything, that table could have other things that are bad. Yeah, as a PSA, please don't self-diagnose. In fact, I actually had to just teach Rowan not too long last year. I had to teach him how to use WebMD. Because of the whole it using ads and everything, like the second search engine that's not the front page is actually an ad engine, not a search engine for web, and the tabs at the top and how to properly go through just so he could look up medications when he's at his mom's in here. And my son knows what he puts in his own body and like creams that he uses. He looks it up in Davis's drug guide or like on WebMD. I had to teach him how to use it properly though, because you know, if you use any link that isn't the front page, you might run into something. Yes, don't self-diagnose. And that's exactly why I'm not self-diagnosing, because oh, this is why this guy is Magneto, by the way. Oh no, it's broken. Oh god. 7-year-old niece says that she memes you.
You're persistent, but I've got a rebellion. So stay out of it.
He tucks in, and that always weirds me out too. That how much training did he get to know how to take a long fall like that?
That bastard.
How does he lift you at the end of the fight if Ethan is just basically a plant? Patrick, I absolutely adore that you basically just called Ethan a plant. Because I actually was gonna give it like a thing, and then I was like, a plan? Okay, no. Because I am a dork of the highest degree. I like the wording. I want to say it honestly. But I'm afraid if I give an explanation, you guys might not think I'm a fun guy anymore. Hey, army man.
I told you to leave it alone, Ethan. You are in the way.
I'm actually listening
What do
to
you
important
care, Chris?
cutscenes for a second.
You killed my wife, you son of a bitch! You think I killed Mia? That wasn't her. It was Miranda. What? She's a bioweapon. She changed her appearance and pretended to be Mia. Seems she also survived being shot, so now I'm here to finish the job. Bullshit! Why don't you fucking tell me right away? Because I knew you would want to be involved.
See,
This job is hard enough without civilians getting in the way. Why us, Chris? What the hell is going on? All right, Ethan. All right. I guess I owe you an explanation. Hand me that wrench.
it could be worse, I guess.
Long story short, Miranda's fucking insane. And this village, all these monsters and freaks, this is her life's work. Some sort of crazy experiment with the mold.
The mold. Like Louisiana. God damn it. All this time, I thought I could save my family. I can't escape from here. I can't do anything!
That might not be true. Take a look at this. My men sent those pictures a few minutes ago.
Miranda.
Keep looking.
Rose. Holy shit, we gotta go!
Relax, my men are monitoring the situation.
But they have my daughter.
You don't get it, Ethan. You don't stand a chance against Miranda by yourself. I will stay down here and finish planting explosives. You take that elevator, I'll meet you topside. I promise you, we will get your daughter back. Together.
Damn straight we will. And when I find Miranda, she's a dead woman.
All right, Ethan. Then you take this, and do me a favor. Try to stay under the radar.
Can't turn back now.
Listen, I've got a great deal for you. Listen here. So I have this thing I built. It's called a tank. You want to be involved, your family's involved, great. Listen, I'll give you this tank as long as you stay under the radar. My name is Chris Redfield. I have great advice. How does one stay under the radar with the tank? I was listening to that for the lore, but my brain will not get over the idea that he just said, take the tank topside. Stay under the radar. It's all... this stream, you can DVR. You can check me that's what he just said. He literally just said, take this, meet me topside, and do me a favor, stay under the radar. Am I? How close? Take the tank. Ethan, listen, Ethan, listen. I'm being super serial. You can tell. Ethan, listen. Take the tank, but be discreet about it. Like, if you got a back pocket that zips up, you got some khakis. Like, I need you to just be real discreet about this. Like, wink, wink. Like, you got a tank. You know, be discreet about the tank that you're driving. You know, the big ass tank. You gotta have a real ass big tank. Hold on. Ethan, listen. It's got a chainsaw and a bazooka attached to it. Be discreet. Be discreet about it. Right? I'm Chris Redfield. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll be discreet. This, I don't know if I've ever picked up on it that as heavy as I just did, but that just drove me. Why? And what did I? Okay, cool. I think I just lost my mind a little bit. All right. Hound Wolf Squad. Oh, like, why would I keep calling them Wolfhound Squad? Wolf Pack in the house. Oh, boom, 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 boom. Anyway, sweep with the factory is complete. No proof of any connection with the organization. Guess this wasn't our lucky day. Oh, I never actually really put that together. No proof of any connection with the organization. So the organization that Lucas was part of. I did manage to get my hands on a number of documents disclosing some of Miranda's experiments, which support our previous statements. She seems to have infected herself with mutamycete, which granted her a number of abilities, including mimicry. She can control her cells and transform herself to look like anyone or anything. Technically, so can Ethan, because he looks human. She disguised herself as Mia and infiltrated the Winters's home. Her objective was clearly to kidnap Rose. Maybe she thought she could control Rose easier if she looked like her mom. Remember how I've said over and over that Rose is special and that it's actually Rose that strips Miranda of her powers because Rose is combined with the, I forgot, called Megamycete? This is why I've said it, and I keep forgetting what I reference. Now, this is the kind of reason why I replayed this before I did Shadows of Rose, the DLC. Because maybe she thought she could control Rose earlier if she looked like her mom. Why would she need to control Rose? She's a baby. And it's because Rose, while being a baby, would still be able to tap into the same stuff that Miranda knows about, which basically is that underground internet encyclopedia thing, and have an affinity towards her parents, meaning she's going to want her parents and accidentally tap into that underground network and control it to get back to her parents, meaning that bad person goes away, good person comes and gets me. It's baby talk, but still, it's a baby's emotions can dictate what's going on with this thing, and she's the perfect thing to control it. Yeah, I knew it was actually in the game, that I wasn't just making up a theory. Yeah, Chris is the one that says, like, he could try to do whatever, but blah, blah, blah. Rose actually is the one that turns the table. Why is it that Rose is important? Why didn't he take it earlier? Chris, she was trying to fly under the radar. Maybe she thought she could control Rose easier if she looked like her mom. But he's not saying why she didn't do something earlier. She was trying to fly under the radar of Chris. I already said that. But if she was going to kidnap Rose, why would flying under the radar not just make her put in stand-ins, put them on a vacation, do something else? Like, why did she live a life of Mia and wait? And it was twofold. And one of them was to fly under the radar of Chris, but she got caught. The other one was what I had said before, which is to look like her mom, because Rose has her own will. So, no, Chris is not the baddie in RE8. He just looks like it. So Ethan pollinated Mia. I have to use the restroom and take my medicine. Chris. I don't do any drugs. Nope. 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 Just piss that right out of my system real fast. Just do. Nope. Nope. Okay, no. I got it. I got it. I had to step away. I had to take medicine. I had to think about this one. I got it. Ethan is the only person that can give the birds and the bees talk. And even if he screws up which one does which, birds, bees, flowers, trees, he still gets it right. All right, I can come back now. Sorry. I had to take medicine. I had to process that. I put Rowan actually in bed. He was asleep on the couch. Hey, Riverspell. And then, like, it just, like an epiphany, it just came to me. Just like pollen season and me, it just came to her. When we attacked, to put a little... Ethan's... Oh, God. Oh, God. Ethan just waters himself to heal. Oh, God. Thank you, Scorpion Pro. You know what? I'm just gonna... Am I playing Fortnite too? Anyway, moving on. When we attacked, it put a little damper on her plan, so she made a corpse. Then she revived herself in the transport truck, killed everyone on board, and took off with Rose. Things didn't go the way she had originally planned, but in the end, she got what she wanted. But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Until now. Until now. It's time to rendezvous and blow this place sky high. This might turn into a fight with Heisenberg, but I think I found something useful. He's left one of his little toys laying around, and is even made from a metal/polymer composite, which he can't control. This is... If Ethan is a plant, then he must be Chris's best bud. It's made from a metal polymer composite. This is where I really want to give this game so much credit about, like, Resident Evil 7 doing really well with taking science and, like, science fact, science fiction, pseudoscience, and what we believe science could lead to, and you know, and basically just stretching it a little bit. And then this is where I just, like, come on. If it has metal, if it has ferrous of any sort inside of it, Heisenberg can control it. Heisenberg's whole dossier about what he can do is Magneto. And it's confirmed in-game with Heisenberg's whole thing that we'll find at the very end of the game near where playing Chris's section. He's Magneto. It doesn't matter if this is metal polymer. None of these parts can be any parts. Ferrous, nothing. Pharaoh better stay out of this whole thing, and that's not going to happen. Because one of the things right here, this whole contraption, most likely, you're looking at steel. Sorry, but there's a lot of things that you can make composite. It's gonna be hard to do it right here, and then this is the nail in the coffin right here. You're gonna have iron in your bazooka. One of these two weapons is controllable by Mr. Magneto. Why couldn't they just make something that wasn't a tank? Just make something that's polymer, and then the rest of the frame is obviously off of an Euro tractor chassis. There's no reason that he can't. Just because it's got polymer on it doesn't mean he can't control it. His power is literally the power over metals, and specifically over the 6 different types of magnetism. It's ferromagnetism. You cannot tell me that tractor equipment with a motorcycle front wheel from what, an Indian motorcycle company type front, because it's got that big ass headlight on it, or just all, you can't, with this, you cannot tell me this is all aluminum, or if you're across the pond and you use an extra I to spell it, aluminium, and that the heat point that's going to come from the friction of this chain going on doesn't mean that it's not backed up by anything other than T10 tool steel or something of an equivalent. Why? Why, game? This is, I do understand why Jeffrey, dealing with natural sciences and microbiology and all this other, he's a man of science, looks at this and goes, I can't. And I understand sometimes, and this is the exact point where I understand that, yes, Mr. Magneto out there can absolutely control this. If he's got all those other wonderful powers, he can control that. Like, he can control that. He can control that. He really can control that. I didn't come for aluminium. I said aluminum. I was American when I said it. That extra I just tried to be inclusive because people across the pond want to add extra letters in some places and then take other letters out of other places when they're spelled with the letters and then call it a day and be like they're just going to have their tea. I'm in America. It's aluminum. We don't have a second I in our aluminum. Actually, if you are watching and wondering why it's aluminum versus aluminium, it's because across the pond they used another I. So you just, if you spell it with another I, yes, you would pronounce it probably aluminium. But we don't spell it with an extra I. Because we speak the King's English here in the South more than the King's people do over in Britain.
Closet, huh? Time to fight.
In
fire
Scotland
with fire.
is just a whole different beast. So we're just, you know, lit that chained unicorn beef for right now.
I'm coming, Rose.
But I'm in America. And we said, fuck that eye. We just got lazy and we didn't want to put any more letters in the word. Are you kidding? We're just like, where does this second I go? No, I'm lying on that. The spelling of aluminum, aluminium, that goes all the way back to our own Revolutionary War, blah, 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 whatever. The idea of the differences between pronunciation and spellings are from the 1800s. Sometimes. I've said that before. And for those of you astute enough to actually go look up some of those differentiations, you'll know that there's actually something that I have cited in the past that I was wrong about. And I'll only bring it up again if somebody else brings it up again, because it was so long ago that I didn't realize I had accidentally slipped and made it sound like I said it. But there's only one of them that America actually is the one that changed it. Otherwise, after the war in the 1800s, across the pond, they didn't want to sound like us. So, yeah. No, it's Caribbean versus Caribbean. No, we're not arguing about how to say herb again. I was correct on that one. That's not, there's no argument. Herb is just herb. It comes from herbe, which is closer to Latin. It's the French pronunciation. The H was added in the early 1800s by Great Britain. And it was added specifically to spite the colonies that had gotten away. So it was to differentiate the higher class of the Great of Britain and everyone else. It's not an argument, it's just history. There's something else I've said before. So I mean, it is herbe. It's the correct worldwide pronunciation of it would be dependent on where you're born, because we're not all 200 years old. But it comes from herbe. E-R-B-E, not the Y, which is French, and that's the earliest spelling we can find of the word. And yes, it's herb. It's just pronounced herb. The H is just, I can't remember. I would be lying if I could say it. It just slipped my mind why the H is always been there, but silent for some spellings. But I believe it just has to do with translations between the going from the 24 to 26 letters alphabet, and then a lot of progression between Latin and then Romantic languages that came after it. But yeah, it's not there's no argument about herb anymore. It's semantics. Britain didn't like that the US got away, and they didn't like everyone else that got away. Britain also doesn't talk about that they still kind of have 12 colonies and 2 provinces, and Canada is in its own place. But we're not going to talk about all that because, whatever. But America, aluminum. We don't have enough. That's the real reason for that too. The dude that actually got to see, that's the thing about aluminum. The one thing, oh god, now I actually, before I fight this guy, and it better be a one-shot deal. I have to look something up. It's not semantics. It's the dude's name. Because yeah, the discovery of it. The thing that bothers me that I can never remember is Hans Christian. Yes, because why it has to be started by I am of Danish descent myself. So why Illumina had to be, which has no extra I in it, has to be, if the true spelling of aluminum was IUM, it would be Aluminia, because it wouldn't actually change the UM. The A and the UM decide gender and declension. So there's no need to take away the I. So the correct spelling of aluminum historically is without the second I. However, that's not 100% true, because a Danish guy and a German guy had their hands in the pot, and I always forget the Danish guy's name, but I'm Danish descent, and it drives me nuts, because why his name has to be Hans, and I'm thinking like Brothers Grimm and all this other stuff, and then German and is Frederick Wollner. Yeah, and then I think of like how to actually pronounce Frederick, and then it screws me up for Hans, and then I think is Hans actually Danish, and then I can't think of the name Christian, and then I forget all of it, and then I ended up calling him Frederick Christian. And for some reason my brain does that every single time because I'm an idiot and I refuse to do it. Whatever. Yeah, I had to look that up. I really had to go look that up. Yeah. Why my brain does that? I don't understand. It's fine. I'm just really stupid. But the guy that the reason why aluminum gets to be a little bit of the, it's all right if you're across the pond, you won't get yelled at for 2 eyes for just trying to be different. You're actually not trying to be different. It was a translation and how it was written between someone of Danish descent and someone of German descent. And that's where your extra I, because alumina is what was actually uncovered and used, because alum was used as a dye, and it was very hard to refine aluminum to use for anything, when it was a light metal that could be used for many things, even though it's been used for literally hundreds if not thousands of years for different reasons, but not for the reasons that we would think of when it was created into what we think of now as being the metal or the tin or whatever uses you can think of, basically lightweight metal uses. It's used for things that need to have a compound that specifically doesn't have iron in it, and that's one of its most useful parts. But without it, it was their collaboration, and that's where you get the I. You can read up on it your own, but blah blah blah. It's alumina, and then you have to do the declensions of alumina if you're talking about Latin and different languages, and that's where you get Danish and German descent will get you 2 different declensions of that, which is aluminum and aluminium. And that is where we get the two differences of the spellings. One was actually more accepted because of its misspelling, but it was actually misspelled on both sides of the pond, if you didn't know. The actually people who actually kept the I of aluminium were those who were on mainland Europe, not UK. And that's a weird thing to know. If I have all those facts correct, yes. The aluminum was commonly misspelled by most documents talking about it before the time that it could be just chosen as a spelling. We chose one, and it's another time where, you know, why not just choose what everyone else is using down south? It was just, you can't have too many hands in the pot and try to go from alumina, and that's just Latin. That's my Latin background coming in. Like, I'm doing like Simon, like I'm over here doing like declensions. Minsa means table in Latin, and it's feminine because it's got the A at the very end. And the only reason that you'd have a US at the end of something that's got a declension like that, or UM would, even if it's feminine, you would keep the other stuff, blah, blah, blah. You wouldn't necessarily drop an I for that. It would have to be masculine. Alumina means that it already was, its declension was feminine, which means that no I should actually be added. So if you're going to take it from that to be able to translate it, it should be UM. But technically, that would be, I believe, the Danish way of going about it, as Danish works would have been more close to Latin works. And when it would have gone to Germany, it would have actually had more hard consonants in the translation. And to soften it back to what they would have heard, they would have added the I. And I think that's the lecture I got a long time ago about aluminium. So it was, I think, but don't quote me on all of that, because I got a lecture on it. I don't remember all of it. And then my brother remembers all that shit, but my brother's super dead, so he can't come up here and tell you guys. So do not with the clip. I will murder. All right, let's go. All right, let's see if I can just do it one go. Feel like you're in a class that's what I have to start. You're mentioning something I have to, in the next month, start getting used to not doing. I have to start playing a game, not chatting with chat nearly as much. I'm even trying to look if I should be allowing pop-ups to be allowed, if YouTube is really looking down on the idea that I have pop-ups and sound bits for when people donate, or if I should save all of the pop-ups for the end of the stream, because I have been given mixed messages that I might be accidentally damning my own streams by allowing all the pop-ups that I do. But until I'm told otherwise, and until I hit 100,000, fuck YouTube, I'm gonna do it anyway. At 100,000, we have to reassess. What about lore diving during GOW? That was insightful. Yeah. Well, see, the really about pop-ups is that I stop and I talk and I give people props and I talk. I have a soundbite. It can go on longer. It's like the fall. We laugh, we talk, we don't do the game, and then it's, you know, it's a big back and forth of people signed up not to hear a story or vlog. They do. So it's a lot of others have gone to the whole thing of like looking to the side and giving someone thanks without talking about the message that they have, and then play it all at the end. And that is one big way to get around it for YouTube, and it actually works. The only known way to get around that for YouTube 100% is just to save it for the end. And some YouTubers that are much bigger than me have gotten away with just turning to the side and saying thank you to whoever did it, and then literally ceasing to acknowledge anything else to do with donation, super. To me, that feels like I'm being an asshole, but also I do need to grow the channel to be more stable so that more people, when I'm not physically able to be functional, are watching backlog of videos, and I can still make enough money to live so I can do things like pay for the surgeries that I can't even afford at the moment. So, like, you know, you do what you got to do to survive, and I'm at that point. I'm at survival. When it comes down to me and survival, I am a totally different person than you might be used to. I will do what I have to survive. That doesn't mean my morals are shot to high hell, but it does mean that if I have to hurt one person's feelings to make sure that Rowan has a roof, I'll hurt 100 person's feelings to make sure Rowan has a roof. I will go ahead and broadcast to my whole channel that I've never liked a single one of you if it guarantees my son has a roof over his head. I might not like that I'm doing it. I might be lying through my teeth, but you will find out that if I have to protect somebody, and in this case, yes, as long as I'm alive, I do have to protect my son, I will do whatever I need to do to make sure that my son is safe and has a roof and has food. So sorry about that one, but we only have to discuss that once I hit 100,000, which will probably be sooner than later once I follow the regimen of what I'm supposed to do. Stream every day, upload every day, talk every day, separate out everything else. There'll be a transition period for all of us. We'll all get used to it over the next month, month and a half or so. Yeah, and yeah. Anyway. Well, I try to, I like, watching enough streams, you'll start having dreams about being in Steven's class. Done it twice. I do, I've always said, I'm awful, but I could be worse. I do, hey, Kella, what's going on? I do always, I still will profess, and I have a workaround for it. The things that I randomly go on what you guys call rants and tangents, and I'm calling side notes, I'm trying to remember to write down and just make shorts out of it. YouTube does not actually care about my YouTube shorts. I can truncate my thoughts into shorts, or if I do talk about something that I like pause the game and I edit out of the video for people who watch later to try to help YouTube not, you know, hurt me more. Because if I do edit the video, YouTube has to reevaluate the video. And if I take out a whole big section where I talk about stuff and then upload that as it goes from the live streams playlist to the videos playlist because it counts as a real true blue edited video. But I can still take the original video, the little bit of a side note I went on about talking about something educational randomly, and I can make it into a YouTube short and post it on the channel. And so people can all get what they want. I can talk to people about things they bring up and do YouTube shorts. I can say random shit I said. I just need you guys' help. When you think I said something that's worthy of a YouTube short, clip it. There is a clip button. If there's not a clip button, let me know right now. Clip it, send it to me on Discord, or send it to, like, I don't know, sorry for blowing up your DMs, Fire. Send it to Fire or Jeffrey or any of the mods on Discord to tell it to send it to me. Clip it, send it. Send it to me on Instagram. I've been a full-time YouTuber for the better part of a decade, Army Man. My main source of income and the way that I have paid for my son to have a roof over his head for 6 years is being a full-time YouTuber. That is why I've given talks in downtown Atlanta about how to be a full-time YouTuber and not have millions of subscribers, because before the adpocalypse, I made more than YouTubers that had millions of subscribers. And so I got asked to be in the downtown Atlanta conference one year for the creator conference to give a talk about how to have a small channel and make it your full-time job. For those who are newer to the channel, I've had to give a whole little presentation and a slideshow about how basically my income rivaled those who had just broken the 2 million threshold right before the adpocalypse, tanked all that shit. And anyone who had millions of subscribers still were making money while I made nothing. So, you know, if that gives you a timeline of when that happened. I've been a full-time YouTuber for years. So I know the ins and outs. Clip it, send it, spam. I feel bad for saying spam Fire, but Fire is one of the best ones of being able to get things like back to me. So is Jeffrey. Kiskilla. Do I have a recording of that Atlanta Con Talk? Is the Atlanta Creator Conference. The creator, whoever was there. I was the only person there with under 200,000 subscribers giving a talk. Yeah, send it to Jeffrey. There you go. Killa. If you think it's worthy of a short, clip it, go to Discord, and if you can't get a hold, send it to me on Instagram, but if I don't pay attention to it, send it to Fire or Killa. Because Jeffrey's actually got my cell phone number and can let me know of something that's really good. If I said something that's really worth putting as a YouTube short, Jeffrey can actually ping my cell phone and tell me this is good, you should put it on as a YouTube short. Because I do need to publicize that I do stream, so I do need to take parts of my I do need to take parts of my my live streams and turn them into shorts as advertisements of come check my streams out. And I need to put those up once, twice, 3 times a week. Yes, i.e. Jeffrey's has permission to not annoy me more. You do help me out, and I appreciate that. Because my mind has been all kerfuffled, and I've been in a head fog, and I've been very bad off mentally. So any help. Good night, Pantheon. Thank you for being here. But I don't know if there's a recording of it. You can try to find it. You can try to find Atlanta ones from years ago. I have my swag from it in the garage. I think it was so long ago that I owned my own house. So you're going to have to look at 2018 or older, possibly. I believe I still own my own. I might have something on my Instagram on my lap about being at the creator conference. I was the only one that spoke there that had less than 200,000. The person that had 200,000 subscribers, they were the second lowest. And then it was like 500,000 to 1 million plus. Talking about how to be successful. I was there like with 30, 40,000 subscribers, maybe less. Maybe I had just hit my 20,000 subscriber mark, talking about how your channel can be small but profitable and intimate and everything like that, and then all that got thrown out the window. Okay. Who owns their own house who is younger than 50? I owned my own house twice over younger than 50. I owned my first house when I was 23, and then I sold it to buy my second house, and then I gave that up in my divorce. Yeah, technically the bank owned the majority of my second house. But of my first house, I owned the majority of my first house. So there's that. Anyway, let's go. I gave that all up for my son's sake. Anyway. Sorta ain't quite the same. Sorta ain't quite the same. And that sounds like it's coming from someone who's never had to have credit checks of where they ask you what real estate do you have. Therefore, that's what will do your loans and APRs and your refinancing and your everything. They ask if you rent or own, and guess what? You get to check the box of you own your house. You own it, even if you're paying the bank. You do technically own it. As the American legal system works, you do own your house. As collateral, the bank owns the title to your house. You fully do own your house. The bank is basically they supply the money and are basically your pseudo cosigner. And they, as collateral, can take the house back. But you do actually own your house. So I don't know what you're talking about, but yes. By laws of this country, I have owned my house, 2 houses, and the bank owned less of the first house than I did when it comes to monetarily. Property loan. We can't be going on to other side notes. Who are you talking to? You're talking to a guy who is paying literally. I'm being upped another $100-some a month starting November 7th for my rent here. I'm paying over $2,100 in rent to live here. I have owned 2 houses. I have been the one at the table. I do my own taxes. I work with CPAs. I do my own finances. I could work as a CPA. I've worked with banks. I run my own small business. No one runs it for me. I brokered the deals. I brokered the deals on how the banks, I provided the finances. I signed the documents. I read all of the documents. Anyone who's ever bought a house knows. I read all hundreds of pages of them. I legally owned the fucking house, period, end of discussion. It was just who had more of a monetary stake in the loan that came out of the house. And on top of that, if you think loans are predatory for mortgages, are you fucking kidding me with rent? Mortgages have laws against them. Rent does not. So therefore, technically, you're talking to someone who is struggling to own again because my rent is crushing me. There is no legal cap to what they can do to me renting. While on the other hand, when I owned a house literally 3 times the size of the place I'm renting right now, my mortgage, 2 days APR that I qualify for, if I could get there, would be $1,280 a month, never changing for 30 years. And you want to come up in here and try to start schooling me in any way, shape, or form about loans, APRs, and owning houses? I think not. You're talking to the wrong person. That is a conversation made for the Reddit people who might not have actually owned 2 properties and knows what they're talking about. So anyway,
You're like a goddamn cockroach. You think you can take me on? Fine. This'll be my rule before I kill you, bitch. Let's settle this. Man and man. Your corpse will be another addition to my army. You dead already?
no.
Poor boy, stop using my hand-me-down. So this is the power of following up, huh? Too bad I'm your only fan. My friends.
I forgot about that sweep. Why did I not block?
The goddamn cockroach! You think you can take me on? Fine. This'll be my rule before I kill you. Let's settle this. Man and man. Your corpse will be another addition to my army.
I wanted to do this in one go, but now he's close. Ugh. I need the 4-minute achievement. It doesn't really matter what difficulty you're on to get the 4 minutes.
What's wrong, Ethan? Oh, don't give up! Coward! In the face of my steel glory! Guess I do have the damn adventure and bliss.
No, it won't be 4 minutes. He's blocking the spot I need to hit. There it is.
We're not even a bunch of worthless peons. I'm a goddamn freedom fighter. I'll use your cute love to become more powerful than ever. More than we want.
I need to have been going for his body. I shot his body. I did too slow. Should I restart? Should I restart and go after his body more? You have to actually hit his body. The arms stop his attacks, but his body's what does damage. I'm gonna restart it once.
You're like a goddamn cockroach.
I'm gonna give it one more try of trying to do it properly.
This will be my before I kill the cockroach. Let's say this. Man, a man. Your coins will be another addition to my armor. Try hard. Show me what you got. Hey. Keep shooting.
No, I missed. Oh, I needed that.
Oh, don't give up. You can use an overhaul. So this is how
Ugh. I missed. Try one again.
You're like a goddamn cockroach. Take me on. Fine. This will be my move before I kill you, bitch. Let's say this. Man, a man. Your corpse will be another addition to my armor.
There he goes. Kicked him into doing that. Almost missed that.
Oh, don't give up.
Dude, can I just do you in 4 minutes? Can you break this wall so I can see your side, please?
Don't die like the world wants you. You can use an overhaul. So this is the power of the law, huh? Try hard. Show me what you got.
Oh, no, 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 no. If I can't rotate, I can't shoot him in the gap. we go. Oh, I can't strafe him fast enough.
In the face of my steel glory! Guess I do understand that bitch and this. I'll kill her with the power she gave me. That's what I call
No! I wanted. Oh God! I should not have scratched my face.
Take me on. This will be my warm-up before I kill you. Let's settle this. Man, a man. Your corpse.
Dude, I just want your little achievement.
Don't die like the world wants it. Try hard.
And you did that because you're a cheap asshole.
You're like a goddamn cockroach. Take me on. This will be my warm-up before I kill you, bitch. Let's settle this. Man, a man. Your corpse will be another addition to my arc.
My bad. Ethan will magic heal. I just can't water him right now. You know when you can't water and feed your husband properly?
Too bad I'm your only friend. I'm on Earth. I broke. Having fun? So this is the power of all the love. I am still afraid. Having fun?
Reload, please, really fast. Thank you. Can you not? You dude!
You're like a goddamn cockroach!
Dude!
This will be my warm-up before I kill you.
Can I just have my achievement, please?
Your corpse will be another addition to my arc. Having fun? Don't die like the world wants you.
And then you should do the metal barricade. And then can I strafe, please, to see his other side? Not up again yet.
Time to test this baby out. So this is the power of all the love. I Too bad I'm your only fan.
Damn it. That's gonna cost me. I just wanted you dead in under 4 minutes. Is that so much to ask?
Coward, in the face of my steel glory! Guess I do have to thank that bitch and this. I'll kill her with the power she gave. That's what I call being a good son!
Yeah, I'm not gonna make the 4 minutes. I keep screwing up being on the wrong side of all this kind of stuff. Because the side's back open again, and I need to hit that. I mean, he decided to get really close, so that's nice.
Don't give up!
And now he crawls to the center. And I took too long, blah, 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 blah.
But you're first.
Yeah, I don't think it was fast enough. Sad. Sag. You can do the 4 minutes on his fight is basically no different. His HP pull, if I just hit his side and got into the side of him every time. Because in Village of Shadows, I believe his arm and leg really actually does matter. That's the big difference. His arm, getting to his arm and his side. His arm and his leg make his side vulnerable again. Yeah, shut up. I don't think I got it. Does it count? Does it? It would have told me. But I don't. Oh. But a full minute over? Yeah, I'm not redoing that.
I dealt with Heisenberg. Now I'm gonna find Miranda and get Rose back.
Not without me. It's too dangerous. Wait there, you hear me? Ethan?
Rose?
Yeah, waiting here got me killed, Ethan. Chris.
Mia?
Our child. She's so important, isn't she?
She's everything to me.
And mine to me. With Heisenberg gone, you've lost your lead. What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I'm saving Rose.
You'd never know, do you? Even when I took Mia's place in your home. Poor Ethan.
Who are you? Where's Rose? Miranda.
Enough. Remember Evelyn and her power over them all? Rose is her successor. No. Rose is Evelyn's true, complete form. She will grow to fully control the masses. And I must have her.
Fuck you, you crazy bitch!
Calm yourself. Rose will be saved. The Megamycete catalogs all of us. However, she will be reborn as my daughter.
She's my child, not yours. Where are you? Show yourself!
Why did Rose come to be? Was it because of her parents? And you are truly a special case. But I've learned all I can from you. Your worth as a lab rat has run out.
Miranda! You coward! Come out and face me!
Don't worry. Your death will come quick. You will join the Megamycete's records. I will make sure to sample your blood for later. Once dawn breaks, the ceremony will be complete, and I will become her true mother, bound for eternity in blood.
Leon would have had a corny comeback line.
I've
Leon
waited so long.
would have
But dreams really can come true.
not lost his heart.
Vessel or not, I can't wait
Or
to see
die.
my true child again.
Vessel or not, I can't wait to see my true child again.
Captain, I've confirmed the death of Ethan Winters. I wasn't able to retrieve the body, but I've recorded evidence.
Share your
Show it.
screen.
Oh,
Then I'll go over the situation.
I thought he was gonna share it with me.
My team and I were careless. Yesterday, we took down the transformed Miranda. But we didn't kill her.
This happened in one day.
Knew she could fake being a corpse.
Since Miranda could have infected Ethan, I forcefully took him and Rose with us. But the vehicle they were riding in was attacked. When I got to the wreck, Ethan and Rose were gone. The last time I was able to contact Ethan, I heard Miranda's voice. She murdered him. And she is not gonna get away with it. God damn it, when does it end?
What's that, sir? The mission?
All of it. 3 years trying to put this thing in the ground. 3 years too long.
Chris acknowledges in this series when he messes up a lot more than you'd think.
The squad's ready for you.
So does Leon, but it's hard to see with them. Because Chris usually admits when he's wrong, when he's pissed. Leon, when he's depressed.
SAA got here already. They didn't waste any time.
So the
adjustment.
No, doesn't change anything. Terminate Miranda and rescue Rose. That's the mission. And failure's not an option.
Let's have some fun, people. Like old times.
Move out.
Roger. Okay.
the problem with figuring out like
I want to know what the hell BSAA is doing here. Find out what you can.
Roger that. I'm on it.
This would probably be the first time though in the whole series that Chris.
Fought together, Captain. When was it last? The desert?
Doing nothing but recon's gotten me out of shape.
Where Chris is calm and composed.
We know Miranda's plan.
Couldn't quite believe it when I heard she turned herself into Mia, though. Taking 5 shots to the head's nothing to sneeze at either. Spooky.
It'd be the first time like he was just like, oh, I'm just gonna be calm about mentioning finally that screwed up things here and later, like where he knows he made mistakes. Every other game like Code Veronica or Resident Evil 1 where trusting West, Resident Evil 5, yeah, every other time he's just like a pissed off ball of steroids, just really getting mad at everything. While like in this one, at least you could say,
we would like to buy one child, please.
At least you can say that we would like to buy one child, please. And a question: do I have a Castlevania Lament of Sorrow? And would I play it for Retro Monday? I do have Retro Mondays as written down. That I consulted YouTube and they actually got on to me about not doing themed nights again. So that's coming up. Thank you so much, Vash. Is Jacob? Whoa! Alerts are supposed to be paused. I wasn't expecting that. Is Lament of Sorrow like Symphony of the Night? You have to answer that for me while I just realize that I never responded to Rowan's mom. Whoops. Well, I don't care if she's asleep. I really don't give a shit about her feelings. It's a PS2 Castlevania. Or Escape from Butcher Bay. Escape from Butcher Bay. We shouldn't... I already showed everyone else. But those things have not been taken lightly by me. One, there's Control. Second, Escape from Butcher Bay. Sitting right behind me is all the documents about Escape from Butcher Bay. I have all of that as you bring that up, I was gonna say like it's what he sent me. Remember? He printed off the wiki so I know everything about it. I think I do want to get, just in case anyone ever thinks that I am a jackass or I didn't get to their stuff, I do want to sincerely apologize. I never meant to have stuff sent to me and then not get to it. I've been fighting with medical issues, my own depression. I have a lot of excuses. None of them are good enough reasons. But that does not mean that I do not keep up with stuff. And when I can just reach behind me and be like, no, I didn't forget about Butcher Bay because it is literally on the top of the pile for me to keep reading, to remind myself and guilt myself that I'm a shitty person for not finishing what people send me. I do get on to myself. I think I'm complete shit for not finishing all the things that have been gifted toward me. And every time I get on being like, oh yeah, I gotta do something more Resident Evil to appease YouTube because I'm tagged as the Everyman and Resident Evil. So I do feel like shit. Don't worry. If the PS2 Castlevania plays at my favorite is Symphony of the Night. I cannot remember what the Game Boy Advance Castlevania is, but if it's not basically a 2D platformer, I'm not sure. Jeffrey, can you send me a spoiler-free excerpt about how the gameplay of Castlevania Lament of Sorrow and maybe a screenshot? Something that would let me know how to answer that question. I don't know if I would play Castlevania Lament of Sorrow for a retro night unless I know if it's like up my wheelhouse of Castlevanias. Like as a PS2 Castlevania, but I don't know. Maybe finish Parasite Eve first. I have to restart Parasite Eve. I actually tried to start playing back up. It's a 3D platformer. I make no guarantees. I haven't played Aria and Dawn of Sorrow. I haven't played. What it comes first, Dawn of Sorrow or Lament of Sorrow? I don't know. I know everything about older Castlevanias, not newer ones. I really don't know. I would have to just look at it. I can say this, I'd try it out. I can't guarantee I'd finish it at all. I can't guarantee, but I'd try it out. I would love a Soul Reaver stream. That's been put to me a lot of times. I'll end up doing members voting on every other Retro Night. I'll let you guys know when Retro Nights officially start back up. I had to push everything back a week because I didn't realize surgery would take so much out of me. Because Family Game Night was supposed to be a few nights ago. It was supposed to be Wednesday. That all had to be pushed because I wasn't doing well. That's what I'm trying to avoid, the N64 3D Castlevania. I need to finish this up so I can get rest.
Hey, Alpha.
I don't know. I can't give an honest answer to that one. I wish I could.
For hostile bioweapons.
I do know games I have lined up for like Retro Nights and Family Game Nights. Family Game Nights are gonna be easier, but I need to find more than Jackbox party games, and might end up combining the two. Where, oh god, I'm talking too much. Well, Retro Night and Family Game Night are actually one and the same. It just depends on the every other week type deal. Which wouldn't make some people happy, but I'm really trying to figure out how to do a permanent schedule that, because YouTube can see the age of games I play too. So there are different things I can play into. I don't know. Because technically some of the Jackbox games count as retro in YouTube's algorithm. You didn't know that. You want to see someone get one of the secrets in a blind playthrough like you did?
It's all new to my seat.
I am your man for being able to grab random things in a blind playthrough because I am way too inquisitive. I am that person that would be probably able to figure it out and do something about it. I don't know if that is a good or a bad thing.
The mold may be releasing infectious particulates.
Oh god, I should have thrown something. Hey Amy, what's going on? There is an N64 game that I wish they had ported that I've wanted to play because it was one that my brother really liked and I can actually play it.
When was it last? The desert?
Doing nothing but recon.
What's going on, Amy?
Out of shape.
But thanks to your recon.
Kokoki, I don't think I said hi. Hey
I
there.
believe it when I heard you turn herself into Mia, though. Taking 5 shots to the head's nothing to sneeze at either. Spooky.
Hey Jake, I wish I could give you a more conclusive answer of what's going on with. I'm still trying to figure out.
Made contact with a group of hostile.
The only problem with me having both 2 nights a week as streaming, but like very dedicated streams like that, is getting to the idea of like I'm talking about. As I do what they're asking, I'm guaranteed to be pushed to further and further to the top in people's new subscription streams. It shouldn't be hard to get to 100,000 subscribers. That's when they really get up my ass about things. And then the idea of if I want to just talk to you guys like you're used to, I have to do a separate stream for that. So that means like there's only 4 nights out of the week, and then one of them needs to be taken up by Resident Evil. So there's 3 nights that I can do games that I want to. And then during the days I need to release videos. But a lot of the videos I'll be releasing during the days are things that I actually did stream and I recorded. And I need to do those at least 3 times a week starting off, if not 5 days a week. And that's where it gets confusing of like the retro games can absolutely be uploaded. Family Game Nights cannot. But the second I have another night taken up, it's like, ooh. And then like I would have to start making sure I play retro games that actually chart well. So ones that, you know, recently have a resurgence or have remakes coming out. So like, everything's going to be. That's why I have a planner and everything else. Everything's going to be being confusing. I got to figure out where in there I get to play what I want to. Because you guys want to know why I showed up like right on time to the stream and had to be on the waiting screen? My son likes Final Fantasy 14 now. My son really, really likes Final Fantasy 14, as in he super likes Final Fantasy 14. Even though there's so much reading in it, he's like, no. He has to read 30 minutes a day. He's like, no, I get to play a game and I get to read. Like, he like really likes it. And also is sitting there with the dictionary being like, you know, they're speaking, the way that they speak, he has to actually, they're using a bigger vocabulary than he's used to. There's a lot of written dialogue. He needs to read more. And he's really proud. He just got his warrior to level 50 and his dad could help him like craft gear.
That's probably where Miranda is.
So like my son's really excited about something. I was showing him how to get through Cutter's Cry. He didn't realize he hadn't unlocked a dungeon. And he's afraid of being a tank without me helping him to get through dungeons first because he's really scared of leading the way. Because, I mean, it's a 10-year-old leading a bunch of people playing a Morphiger. And it makes him nervous. So, you know. Can I throw it?
Maybe releasing infectious particulates. Keep your masks on.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Didn't expect to see the BSAA going so hard.
The guys are crazy too.
Can I actually just run past all this? I never thought about that. Can I just run past all that?
Been a while since we fought together, Captain.
Everyone needs a thesaurus for Urion J.
Doing nothing but recon's gotten me out.
Urion J speaks in cursive. That's not a thesaurus you need. That's like needing all the font packs in Word and then getting Shakespeare and writing it all out. Like taking one sentence and making it into Jesus Christ. It's yeah, Delusionic. Yeah, he didn't like it the first go he went about it. He likes it now. The reading he doesn't like, but I incentivize it for him. As long as he's doing main storyline quests for right now, which do include like 30 minutes of reading with it. If you're doing main storyline quests, you're gonna do 30 minutes of reading within an hour and a half of playing the game.
Made contact with a group of hostiles.
Given that there is another dungeon to clear or something, it's just how the game plays. And so like his teacher's like requiring 30 minutes of reading a day, and I'm sitting here going, but Urion J. But Urion J going extra. I shall join the fray after I have finished my tea. And so the goddess of destruction doth whatever. Like, it's like, Jesus Christ, Urion J.
Western route is clear. Moving out.
Roger that.
I can imagine, like, if Urion J in Final Fantasy 14, he is the type of person that absolutely was picked on and was a theater nerd, and I would have actually known. And then he grew up and he's like, I found my calling. While the rest of the theater nerds are being really jealous.
What the hell is that?
So,
It's all...
is that weird to say that that's like, I can relate to that?
Let's go.
It's on the way. Thank you, Jacob. Lament of Innocence. I'll try to see as much as I can. If you, I want to give zero things about spoilers, but you want to bring up Moon Breda to someone who has absolutely played the entire game, why? Oh, I meant to run past all this. I just said run past all of it. I just said that. I wanted to touch it. I just said run past all of it. Why am I doing this? I just said I need to see if I can run. I just said that. Why am I fighting them?
When was it last? The desert?
Doing nothing but recon's gotten me out of shape.
Yeah.
But thanks to
Moon
your
Breda
recon, you know
does.
Couldn't quite believe it when I heard you turn
Moon
yourself
Breda, whatever. Moon Breda. They change it depending on who's saying it, if it's a Realm Reborn and everything else. Yeah, he's picked on. She confirms that. She confirms that basically she made friends with him. And while acting tough, she protected him from bullies. And that while she wasn't interested in books and reading, she became interested and started reading it just so she could be closer to him, so he wouldn't feel so alone. So Moon Breda was his closest childhood friend, and literally went out of her way to
Everyone
just
watch
be
for
a
hostile
friend.
bioweapons. Made contact with a group of hostile bioweapons.
But like, Jesus Christ, if that game, it's already upset Rowan a little bit going through. I'm like, it's all right, because that game doesn't go nicely. All I have to bring up is, if anyone here has seen Final Fantasy 14 stuff, you've probably now heard of Benny G. He makes shit posts. He shit posts about the game all the time. But the most spectacular shit post I've ever seen in my life. Like, shitpost shouldn't look that good. Hey, Herman. Oh my god, shitpost should not look that good. They look so good. He's a master. He's a master craftsman.
Western route is clear, moving out.
Roger that.
Curse of Darkness 2. It matches with my name.
Don't get caught.
Oh my god, send me Curse of Darkness. I can actually do Curse of Darkness. I don't know which one comes first. I can put my name in it. And I can actually tag it as this is my curse. Which means that I can absolutely fuck over YouTube's algorithm, because Curse of Darkness plus titling it Curse of Darkness, calling it my curse, means that, are you kidding? It's $130. Then never mind, screw it. I was about to say I can absolutely, I'll over here and yodel some freaking karaoke of Killstritz and Gage. There is love burning to find you. Will you wait for me? Will you be there? Like, I will. The yearning. I shouldn't do this. My voice hurts really bad still. Oh god, I can absolutely debate him. Are you kidding? It's like perfect. That's why I should play the Darkness series of games. But
it's all new to my seat.
That's probably what red is.
Curse of Darkness. Being able to say my own name, my curse, or even say this is my curse. I tried playing Eternal Darkness. I ran into a snag.
Roger.
Let's not hurt my heart too bad. I tried. That was already a... Oh, you're hurting me. You don't know how hard you're digging on accident. I need to turn... My copy of Eternal Darkness wouldn't work.
Umberise, I need some backup.
For those who don't know, it's a GameCube game. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem, and I went through all the pain after doing Silent Hill the one that's done for PS2 instead. I had the Wii out, so I tried to stick in Eternal Darkness, and I couldn't get it to read. I've got a second. I've got my brother's Wii I can try in case it was literally the Wii that was doing it. Eternal Darkness is one of my favorite games of all time. I already tried it. It was, in fact, I have a thumbnail that's already stored and ready to go because of that. Does anyone have a the community would be a good place to ask. Uh-oh. 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 I hate this part without healing. Can I please hit one? Thank you. Yeah, me emulating a game is very enticing. I have to check up on if they went back on their policies for emulation. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dang it. Their emulation policies got really stupid for a while on YouTube, and I need to see if I can go back to emulating anything. So I ran into a wee bit of a snag. Yes! I think I was talking about that. Castlevania on Game Boy. And then on Game Boy Advance, playing another Castlevania. I remember 2 Castlevanias on Game Boy. I can't remember the title of the first one, but it's the original Game Boy, I think. And then I remember playing on the Game Boy Advance another one, but it was my Game Boy Advance, the original Game Boy Advance, where you could order offline the backlight screen kit, where if you knew how to solder, which my mom did and taught me, you could take apart your big Game Boy Advance, put a film screen on top of it that gave it a backlight, and through its own battery power, now soldering it into the battery, you've got your Game Boy Advance with a backlight so you could actually see the damn game. And it was Castlevania that made me finally earn the money to do that, only for them to finally release Game Boy Advance SP, which came with the built-in backlight. And I was just like, fuck you guys. Like... But I did solder. I did modify my Game Boy Advance to have a backlight so I could see that damn game. I remember being in my mom's car waiting for something and being like, oh, this is a good time to play. And it was Castlevania. So whatever copy of Castlevania I've got right here. I keep getting distracted because I'm tired. As long as it's in this case. This is my old case for Game Boy Advance. Turned into holding games because SP didn't need this much space. Alright, hold on. I got Sword of Mana, Legend of Zelda 4 Swords, F-Zero, Castlevania Circle of the Moon. There it is. So I was playing this game, Castlevania Circle of the Moon. I was waiting in the car for my mom. And the reason I finally, this is Link's Awakening, and the reason I finally modded my, even though it cost money, I had to mow more lawns and spend money on a game system I'd already spent money on. The reason I did it was because I couldn't see the game. I spent like 15 minutes in the car trying to kill time, thinking that I had this cool new system that is handheld and is now color and it's a Game Boy. And it's going to be awesome. And I couldn't see the game because it was a bright day. So I was hunkered in the back of my mom's car, like, but beneath everything possible to try to see the damn game. And that's when, we tried to search for options. My brother or I or someone know Google to help you stumble across it. And we ordered a parts kit and I installed it. And it's that. And then I have Final Fantasy 1 and 2 right here, Fire Emblem, and Breath of Fire 2. That's where there's no backseat gaming policy. I see what you did there. Also in the front pocket, because I wanted to show you guys eventually, I actually have a copy of Final Fantasy Legends 3, which was another spin-off series. Legend 3, a lot of the Mana series came from it. Anyway, when I tell random stories, every now and then, I got something to back it up with. That just happened to be one of the stories where I specifically know why I modded that damn Game Boy Advance. I specifically know why I modded it. I modded it because of that incident. I couldn't see the game. Nice play on words, GGAD. You know, I never minded backseat gaming when it was my brother until he tried to tell me over and over something I knew. So I guess there are certain parts of backseat gaming that you just never get over, that everyone gets annoyed with. I think they're just synonymous with being a gamer. If you actually know how to do something, you don't want to be told how to do it over and over. Even if someone's telling you, because I'm just trying to help, it's like, if I was trying to do it and I couldn't do it and you told me the exact thing I was doing and how to do it, you're not helping. You're rubbing salt in the wound. I didn't mind my brother ever telling me what to do, because usually he would otherwise just bogard the console. Even if I paid for it, that's brother rules that you never learn until you have siblings that are close to the same age as you. You never get to know and experience the idea of you can buy it, you can own it, they get to use it because reasons I don't understand. I'm the younger sibling, you can tell. You can tell by what I'm saying that I'm obviously the younger sibling. Because I bought it, it's mine, he uses it. What? Okay. So I didn't mind him backseating because as long as it was something I already, like, he was just being like, oh, you should take a left up here. I'd be like, all right. I'm like, why? He's like, there's a thing over there. I'm like, all right. Because the alternative was, hey, just give what every sibling was afraid of. The alternative was, just give me the controller. No. No, I don't want to just give you the controller. I was playing. Oh, I was looking at chat too much. My brother could try it with me all the time because basically my brother was me, but always somehow a bit stronger. So I couldn't. And it just so happens that as we grew up fighting side by side, I don't like talking about this, but he could, with that little bit of advantage of age and strength, outclass me most of the time. And so it was his way or the highway when he was just like, do we just take it? Because otherwise he could just be like, he would just pin me down. And there's not much I can do about that. Are you kidding? I was in the middle of stream. My dad also did play games, but my dad, Rick never took anything from me. Yeah, the 3 save slots. Everyone knows the rule of the 3 save slots. Everyone who has to share the console knows the rule of the 3 save slots. Somehow the rule is this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Whoever saved first, second, or third get the first, second, or third chances to go ahead, because my mom was also a gamer at that point too, before she had lost the Fester's Quest. So the first, second, and third slots, it's for them. They get to finish it. However, somehow it just always ended up that you had a chore or you had to go do something. If you're the youngest, all of a sudden, save slot 1. Oh, dad got home for work, wanted to unwind. He was playing on it while you were outside, like doing chores. Save slot 2. Oh, mom was touching it? Okay, that's fine. Save slot 3. I'm going to get to it real fast. Oh, no. When my brother went and told me to go outside and grab something, he was busy playing it, and now I've got to wait. until somebody else beats it. And then I go to try to overwrite it. God forbid they didn't play the game for like a month and I wanted to have a shot at it. And they're like, but no, I'll lose everything. So you just sit there and it's like this vicious cycle of like, I'm gonna go to the pawn shop now. I'm gonna go to the farmer's market or the flea store, thrift store, flea market, whatever. I'm gonna buy a new game. I'm gonna play that game until they're finished with the other game. Every now and then I bought the same damn game so I could just play it. Just for them to do the same thing. I'd bring it home. I'd be so excited. And then someone's actually on the Nintendo. And I'm like, I can't play it. Someone's on the Nintendo playing the game I actually want to play. But I can't play it because they're playing it. So I'm just going to hold on to the game I've got. But all of a sudden I've got a chore. Oh, I put the game down in our small ass duplex that no everyone can find it. Oh, yeah, that's I bought that. I bought that. And now it's like the struggle. It's like I gotta rake as fast as possible. I gotta do. I'm outside. I'm like wrapping up a hose really fast. The garden that we're growing to get. We gotta do that. I get inside. Somehow they already filled up all the save slots. And then the best and worst thing. The best and worst thing about older games. Put in your own goddamn save codes. Those games are the best. Metroid, River City Ransom, you saved my ass. Not having to have to do 3 save slots. You know what didn't save my ass? Trying to read the text that they gave you the code in, that you're punching in like 50 goddamn characters to try upper, lowercase, and numbers, but they're not going to give you like a slash or a dot through your uppercase 0, like through your zeros. So, you know, your code could be this, uppercase 0, or I'm saying uppercase 0, uppercase O, or a 0. Like, there's too many of those. Is this a, depending on the game, is it L or is it uppercase I? Because they didn't use the thing, whatever. And now I'm sitting here going, my code is useless. I guess I'm starting back from when I just have the morph ball. And so you just have to do that. My dad played his. My dad worked so many jobs, I never actually screwed with his stuff. And his favorite game actually didn't require save states, if I remember correctly, because his favorite game was Faxanadu. That's one of my favorites as well. I believe, I can't remember correctly, but my brother did not like this game. So if this game does have save states in it and not just a code, then it's no problem, because my mom didn't like it, my brother didn't like it, my dad liked it, I liked it. So if there are save states in Faxanadu, then it doesn't matter. River City Ransom, though, get your text under control. No one could read your save codes. No one got their save back. You had to play this game in one sitting, because God forbid you put in all those characters. God forbid you played with somebody else and you realize that your save data character for yours can be linked to the second character. And if you were in the wrong place, wrong time, loaded into somewhere like in a city, whatever, and you got your save file, if your second player wasn't there, your first player might not actually have all their items and everything, much less let the game actually load. It'd say incorrect and have the character shaking his head. Ryan or Alex, whoever you played as. God forbid. And I'm pulling all these out of like this little bin. One of the biggest finds ever at a thrift store or flea market. An old container that was made to slot other discs inside, and I can't remember what it was for, but these started being sold en masse as NES holders. And so I have still one left, one that isn't broken after all this time. Regular Nintendo game holders. They were not originally designed for this, but they started being sold as these. And I got this from a flea market for, I don't remember how much, but this is the last surviving one. The rest of the games have everything else, but River City Ransom, Puznik, Adventure Island 2, Faxanadu, Adventures of Link, Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest, Wizards and Warriors, Punch Out, Battle Tank, and Double Dribble. It might be for 8 tracks, I'm not sure. All the rest of the games are just piled in that drawer in a nice little menu and row. Anyway, I'm never gonna sleep if I don't stop getting off track. Xanadu is really good, which is why I was really glad that my family didn't like playing except for me and my dad. My dad loved playing it. And I love trying to figure out how he knew how to play it. My dad, part of my love of puzzles comes from my mom liking crosswords, Sudoku, everything like that, and liking actual physical puzzles. The other part comes from my dad liking like mental puzzles. In fact, Xanadu, you gotta keep a lot in your noggin. Who needs sleep? Me. Maybe I should also mention that this stream ends in 40 minutes no matter what. I have legitimately talked to YouTube about a lot of guidelines and things I'm doing, and I'll tell you right now, apparently it is not good for the channel for me to apparently it's very, very bad for the channel for me to stream more than 5 hours at a time. That's why they were blocking me from editing older videos. So older uploads that were longer than 6 hours, I was being blocked because they don't want me streaming longer than 6 hours is supposed to be the maximum. That's why there's an automatic ad break no matter what they do. I'm not supposed to be streaming. YouTube doesn't really like streams that go longer than 5 hours consistently. They don't want me. If it shows you anything about view count right now, you see viewers are going down. That also means people with YouTube Premium goes down. It also means something else for them. They're taking up bandwidth, and after the 4th hour, the likelihood someone will give a super chat goes down 65-70%. It's somewhere in that ballpark, and if I remember that figure, I might have gotten that one wrong. It's way over half. The likelihood, and that means that YouTube loses revenue, but they have to provide you bandwidth. They don't want you going for longer than that. So because of that, I'm not really, unless it's a stream like a marathon where people keep rolling things in, I'm supposed to start cutting my streams at like 4 hours ish, 5 hours ish, and stopping and starting a new stream if I need to later, with separation in between the two. Yeah. I've got a whole list of shit that I've done wrong this whole time that YouTube doesn't like. I just never told you guys I always did it wrong. YouTube does not like my longer streams. I've just done it because I like it. But if I have to make this into a career where it has to survive even if I get sick, yeah, that's just to prove the Overlord's wrong. Thank you, Jacob. It won't prove it wrong, but it will help a little bit. It always helps. But I wish I could prove them wrong. Jacob, I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Can I just go past all that stuff? Well, can I just...
Never heard of a mutant mice colony growing so huge.
Can I?
Hey, I can
Okay, it was worth it to me. There's one of my heals. Crap. I was gonna try to not heal at all, wasn't I? Is it an achievement in this game to not heal at all? How do you check achievements? I don't know how to check them. Hey, Hurricane Kelsey, thank you. Purely for spite. I appreciate that. I appreciate the spite. I do appreciate that.
I got 1, I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I get a 5? 5 in the fishnets. 5 in the
Thank you,
fishnets.
Jacob.
5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
Thank you, thank you. I do not think that there's an
one. I got 3. Can I get a 5? Can I
achievement
get a 5?
from that.
5 in the fishnets. 5 in the fishnets. Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Can I get a 5 in the fishnets? Words I didn't think I'd ever say, ever. Can I mention ever again?
You guys spiting YouTube. Yeah, 5 hours is supposed to be my limit of like when I'm doing stuff, trying to not go over that. You guys immediately are just like, spite the overlords.
Look at my little bean with your dirty eyes.
I need to play more White Day. Thank you, Mike. You guys more than me are like, you will go against my overlord so fast.
Umber Eyes, I need some backup.
I know who signs my paycheck. Technically me, because they hand me money and then expect me to file my own taxes and send me a 1099. So I technically sign my own paycheck, but still, I know who I sign and when I sign and with my own paycheck, and then I did. I do, and I did. So.
Never heard of a mutant mice colony going so huge.
You know, I could toss a grenade in there. I might be stopping the stream at this part and finishing this right before I do tomorrow DLC Shadow of Rose. So I stop talking so much and just do it. Because me talking is what's getting in the way. It's this and Miranda. I'm going to swear to you right now, Miranda, it will take me less time to beat Miranda by far than it took me to beat even this Sturm, rather. Like, it very much takes me more time to beat the Sturm than it does Miranda. So, Miranda, like, if I just get past this part, Miranda's dead. Which might not be a bad start to playing the DLC. And then I need to use the Amazon gift card. I can actually, my internet isn't too shitty right now. I can tell you right now, GJD. And plus, my stomach hurts. I think I'm still hurting from surgery. I am realizing very hard right now that I might be hurting. Yes, GJD did send. You sent it correctly. I will order Tears of the Kingdom tonight, if not tomorrow, at my son's practice. Tears of the Kingdom is happening on this channel this August. This August. Wait, what DLC? Hey, Michael, thank you for coming up. Well, Shadow of Rose will be recorded for 4K, so. Wait. Get Tears of the Kingdom before the price goes back up? The price is down? You're gonna miss the DLC, but I'm gonna upload it in 4K later, so you're gonna get the DLC. Hold on though. The price is down on Tears of the Kingdom? Okay. I literally just I'll order it right now if that's the thing. I put it on my account. Please load my phone, and I found out really AT&T screwed over everyone with an XR or lesser. Basically, my phone is screwing me over from my connection. You are absolutely correct, isn't it? The digital code is $70. The physical copy, US version, that covers it. Yeah, I have to get it right now. It is on sale. I did not realize it was on sale. I'm getting it right now. US version, Tears of the Kingdom, right? Cool. Get it right now. Buy now. Buy now. Tears of the Kingdom. Use the gift card. And it arrives the 13th. Oh, tomorrow? Sold by I Love Tech Deals. As long as it's the game, it's the game. All right. We got Tears of the Kingdom coming. Everyone, hashtag GJD one more time. Got it. Thank you. It's that game is that much. It's 70, not 60. I got it. So it's on the way. I do know you do the research. I didn't do the research. I didn't know games were going for 70. I swore that Breath of the Wild was 60. Like when Breath of the Wild was released, I thought it was 60. I made an assumption. You know, making an ass out of you and me type deal thing. Games in general, 69. Come on. People think that I can just buy games and write it off and therefore I don't have to spend money. I don't know how to explain tax write-offs to people that keep telling me that I'm fishing for like money when it comes to games because my career is games. I just get them for free. No, I don't pay taxes on it. I have to make the money. And that's why Amazon gift cards or sending me games works the best. I have to make the money. So a $70 game isn't free. It's that about a third of all my money that comes in goes to taxes. So instead, if I pay $70 worth of a game, I still have to make $70. But when it comes to taxes, I then don't have to tax the $70 and so it's taken out of my taxable income because it's not income, it was spent for the business. And so I save like 23 bucks. I don't pay $23 I would have in taxes. But I still, if the game were $70, would have to put up front the $70, and then at the end of the year when I do taxes, I just wouldn't owe the government another $23. And I don't know how people think that means I get games for free. I'm very confused on people's logic. I don't think there's any logic necessarily being used, but, you know, I give people benefit of the doubt that they're using it briefly every now and then. Yeah, someone told me I got games for free. That was one of the...
Hey, I got eyes.
No! Wait, this is what I did before. It got me killed. I'm an idiot. I'm a certifiable idiot. I'm certifiable. I might do this. You have like 120 PS4 or PS5 games? Jesus H. I do not have that many games. Yeah, I by far don't have that many. I might be... My brain might be tapped for tonight. Oh my god. Jacob, I dodged a bullet. I have one of the codes for Forspoken. I own one. They did send me one before it was released. So many people said that Forspoken wasn't being shipped out to reviewers and everything. I have one of the review codes.
I see you.
I am so glad I didn't. A part of me was like, oh, there's so much controversy around the game of people like not being able to review the game. I am so glad I did not touch that game. It got such whiplash of everything that I'm not sure I want to deal with any of that. Oh God. Did it get run through the ringer? Yeah, my concentration is shot. And I don't feel very well. I'm gonna be honest. I felt better. I played Resident Evil HD. I just don't know what you're talking about. I have a whole playlist of playing as Jill. What are you talking about? Son of a bitch. I mean, I'm doing badly enough that I should probably just go. Look at this. Like, I'm not doing well. But good night, Jacob. I wanted to finish it tonight. Because if I finish it tomorrow, I gotta do like 3 streams. Because I was warned Shadows of Rose I might get through quickly. And so that'd be 3 separate streams. This one, Shadows of Rose, and then probably one of the indie games I've got lined up. That I can just edit the VOD and have it ready. Resident Evil 1 Remake Remastered is... I think you just broke my brain. I think this actually would be a good place to call it for the night, because I'm not feeling my best. I think I'm mentally and physically taxed for today, because I just realized you didn't just come up with that out of nowhere. That's actually what it's titled on my channel, isn't it? Isn't it? That's what it is on. That's on my channel. That's Resident Evil HD. So no, I title it Resident Evil HD Remaster. Thank you very much. I need to do more White Day. Jeffrey.
Hello, everybody. I am.
No, shut up. Past me. Shut up. I don't want to listen to you. Wow. Past me. What? You sound so different.
Hello, everybody. I am Darkness. Welcome to Resident Evil.
I sound like I'm not in a cramped office, I guess. I was about to say, I sound happy. That, but that's what it is. Resident Evil 1 Remake Remastered is what I played. I swore I left out one of those 2 terms to make it easier. And I was right. I instead of calling it remake, Resident Evil HD Remaster is what I call it. Which is not the best title for it, because it actually is Resident Evil 1 Remake HD Remaster, because that's actually the full everything. I didn't tag it correctly. I need to retag those videos. It's ridiculous. God, and I need to other than people being like, oh, clip it because he said something. Jeffrey, I said it, and I don't know if you're here. I might be asking for notes for the back half of White Day if I cannot stand my own voice and my own video, if I don't have time, so I can finish making the guide for getting White Chrysanthemum. Because as you know on my channel, I've beaten White Chrysanthemum on White Day, but I lost my notes for the back half from the move in the flood. So I've got half a guide up of how to get White Chrysanthemum, but I've only got a live stream of me getting White Chrysanthemum, and I don't remember all the ins and outs. So I might ask for help. I might actually ask for help because I know you've beaten it into the ground enough that I might be able to figure out my notes and pass my notes over to you, and you can tell me if I forgot something. So I can finish my original ever guide I put on to this channel. Because I still get comments on it being, where's the other half? I'm mentally just fried. Is everyone okay if I stop for today? So tomorrow will end up being, God, we have to do Shadows of Earth. So Shadow of Earth. So what tomorrow will end up being is there'll be 3 separate thumbnails. I will, even if I have to use every heal I've got, I want to just plow through Chris's, and I can come back to it because Chris has a typewriter. I can actually at Chris's section, does Chris have a typewriter? I can just redo that fight and get all those achievements. I can plow through Chris's part just so that I can start the DLC, give a little bit of a break, and then do one of the indie horror games I've got, which would probably be something like Night Delivery. It's one of the shorter indie horror games, because that same company just came out with another indie horror game that I'm trying to get through all. I want to get through all of them. So tomorrow might be 3 separate games. Yes, Night Delivery. Is it? Yeah. Is there something wrong with Night Delivery? Yes. Chilla's Art. Yes. They have a new one out. Is Night Delivery the new one out? That one's the new one that's out, right? Is that the new one that's out? The newest one. If that's the newest, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I didn't want to do the newest one first. I was checking. I was scared I got it wrong. Yeah, I'm not doing the newest one first. There's one that just was added to the collection. But yes, Night Delivery, I believe, is the thumbnail I've got ready to go. So tomorrow will be me just plowing through this, getting right into Shadow of Rose. They've released several this past year. There's one released like 2 weeks ago or something like that. That's the one I was trying to make sure I didn't play first. But all of their games, I'm going to do all of them. So there'll all be one-offs of whatnot that hopefully I can make. There'd be like once a week there'd be like an indie game that gets released as a edited video as well. Except for it just so happens you can only play those games in 1080p. It doesn't matter if you do them more than that. So I can take the video I stream and edit it right after I'm finished, and it'll move it to the edited video section and just call it a day. So I plan on doing that with all of theirs, and that's for any game that I can only play in 1080p. That would be my plan. I'm gonna play them live, but it will be back over to this type deal. I'll play them live, but I'll pause all alerts. I won't have anything on screen. This will be it. This is all you get. And I'll do my best. So thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much for watching. I am going to at least try to be a courteous person to those who support my stupidity of not figuring out a career that can support myself better than being an internet busker. But I hope you guys enjoyed. I went on some I would have beaten this, but I went on some crazy side notes, long talks tonight. Big Mac, Mabel, Scorpion, and Jaegerus. Welcome, new subscriptions. Chairman, Vamp, Aaron, Brandon, Cookie, Chaos, Swedish, Lonnie, Dreamy Kitty, Astro, Nails, Miss Pam, Rick S, Papa Rick, Drag, Typhus, Kitty Haler, Aaron, Dom, Darth, Carlos, The Outer Cave, Nishanth, Huggy Bear, Stallwalker, Mr. N, Michael, Amarok, BJ. This is some flexing and some welcome backs. Kale, Ansem Gifted, Gabriel, Pantheon, Mike Noise, Doc Benway, Lil Pickle, Tiago, Rick O, Moon, Shay, Delusionic, Yuden, Oreo, Pika, Nick, Shadow, Ferris, CW, oh my gosh, Misty, Higgle, Keenan, Bad Situation, Ta-da, Keenan, Jita, Cautious, Inferno, GJD. With donors from Alyssa, Lonnie, GJD, Jacob, and super chats from Rick S, Yarg, Swedish, Hero, Silent Eco, Jacob, Hurricane Kelsey, Mike L. I'm so sorry I couldn't make the damn bar work. You guys saw a $10 donation on the damn bar made it look like I earned $10 million. I don't know how to fix it. I'll fix it as soon as I can. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thanks for supporting. I hope to see you guys back here for the next one real soon, which is tomorrow, because I will be streaming or working. There'll be a video posted, or I'm going to be live on here every day for the rest of August. Mark my words, or I have no chance at life, so I have to. Thank you guys so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoy. Hope to see you guys back here in the next one real soon. Bye. I'm gonna go rest. My son likes Final Fantasy 14.